Honorable members and colleagues, we're just establishing where the chair of COCTA is, and then we'll start. Is he out here? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I didn't see it. So yeah, wangena wabona nina wabaleka. No, I didn't. I think says a lot about my peripheral vision that I didn't see you. Thank you very much, honorable members. So we continue as we were this morning. We're almost done, and then and please, again, to the honorable members, you don't need to restrict yourself to the slides that were shown earlier. Any other issue that is in the documents or outside that you wish to canvass, you are most welcome to do so. We just couldn't have an 80-something page presentation. We would finish at 3 a.m. Tomorrow. So thank you very much. May I give the Honorable Mtolo an opportunity to have... Oh, sorry. Honorable Madlal.
Thank you, Chair. Before we proceed, I wanted to request that we get finished with the list of water tanker companies, beneficiaries. We still have not received it. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you. I think where you've done the security providers, you've listed the water tanker providers not. So if you can do that. Honorable Kupeka.
Chair, earlier on when I spoke, I made a mistake. I should have requested Honorable Madlala to sit on that side as well. Because some of the things that I would have wanted to speak about...
he might be directly implicated in those matters. So, no. When it comes to that, we will just ask him to go and sit on the other side. He can ask his questions and then go and sit on the other side. Yeah. Once he's asked his questions... No, thank you. Sorry, Honorable Mtolo. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to go back while we were in Maritzburg. I raised an issue that I would like to make a follow-up on it. About Mrs. Gwenza. You made an undertaking as management of eThekwini that you were going to make follow-ups and come back to us with the details. While actually you were still going to respond, I would like to know actually about Ms. Mageu, who also once acted in her position. I understand that actually, so she acted immediately after Ms. Gwenza was suspended. And I would like actually to know about her qualifications during that time when actually she acted in Mrs. Gwenza's position. There's also an allegation that Ms. Mageu was not qualifying in terms of acting in that position because of her qualifications and experience as well, because in terms of the position itself, it needed 8 years experience, which actually she didn't have. And I also understand, I've also been told that you also, because you wanted to put Ms. Mageu in that position of Mrs. Gwenza, you even changed the JD so that Ms. Mageu will qualify to be appointed in the position of Mrs. Gwenza. And I would like to know actually whether it is your policy as a municipality if you just change JDs at any time if you want to appoint someone. So I think it would be important that we are clarified in terms of that. There's an issue, Mr. Pato, I was not happy about your clarity in terms of quantum when we were asked to respond on the question raised about eThekwini project, housing project. My understanding, quantum doesn't involve services when there's going to be a project that will be built. It deals with the houses, but it doesn't involve houses services. I was surprised when you were responding to us. You also involved the services which actually affected the project when the question was raised specifically about the quantum. So I'd like actually that you come back to us again and clarify to us what you meant when you raised the issue of services when the question was about the quantum. So there's an issue that actually is an allegation about the deputy electricity head when actually there was an allegation that he was building a double-story house in a rural area. I was shocked and surprised that actually eThekwini issued an official statement in his defense. I would like also to know that actually, don't you think as eThekwini management, if there is a whistleblower or an allegation against one of your senior managers, that it is not proper and in order for the municipality to be in the defense side of the manager, because that will discourage whistleblowers or even members of the media to look further and dig further in their investigations when there are allegations. So I'd like to know whether it is the policy of the city to defend your employees when there are serious allegations that actually are even touching issues of managers getting kickbacks from contractors. So one will expect the city actually to investigate before it jumps into defending an employee. I will stop there for now and expecting responses. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Member Dolo, thank you very much for those questions.
Mtolo,
Mtolo.
not Dolo, Mtolo.
My humble apologies, Langamandla.
Hayi ungibiza kahle ke manje.
Ungixolele Langamandla. Yobe. Oh, Dolo. Langamandla, I'm going to request my head of legal to respond to your first question about Ms. Mateo. And then Pato will further clarify stuff about quantum. And then we will deal with the issue of the head of electricity or the director electricity. Thank you very much, Joman.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The issue of the appointment of Mrs. Makeu is the matter that is before court, and it is combined with the challenge to the appointment of the city manager as one of the supporting facts or factors for setting aside his appointment are the allegations around the appointment of Makeu. Therefore, the matter is sub judice, and we are not in a position to discuss publicly the issues surrounding the facts of that matter. Thank you.
Mhlekazi.
Sorry, can I just, I'll stop there, I'll pause there. Can we just pause the clock? So I just need to understand. So when you say the matter is sub judice, is it, so have you thought about that in relation to parliamentary privilege? Because even if a matter is in the courts, it does not stop Parliament from inquiring into the same in line with the separation of powers. Because a trial, for instance, in the case of a trial, may go on for 5 years. You see where the difficulty could be. And as long as that matter is going on, it means Parliament cannot ask the questions that it needs to ask. So I'm just asking you to reconsider your position.
Thank you. I'm aware of a parliamentary privilege, but it does not apply to me. This matter is being broadcast publicly. That's why I said we are not in a position to share publicly facts around those issues. But if the matter is being held, say, in committee, I'm using a phrase engekho correct, but if it's not public, then we'll be in a position to discuss those factors. But if we are to discuss those matters publicly, probably we may have to take legal advice before we do so, because we don't want to make pronouncements that can be used against us in the subsequent court hearings, maybe if they are not consistent with what is on our affidavits. Thank you.
Okay, so we sought legal opinion on this matter. So we had the not on this particular matter, but in terms of the legislation. So I am going to share Parliament's position in this way. Nothing that anyone here says can be used against them, except in an instance where the only criminal implication that exists is in a case where someone has lied before Parliament, has deliberately misled Parliament. It otherwise cannot be used. I think it falls upon the person who's appearing to be consistent in their version of what happened. So it's not for us to be apprehensive about whether you're going to contradict yourself. That's not our concern. Secondly, parliamentary privilege applies to Parliament, and Parliament may call any person within the Republic of South Africa to appear before it, and that person cannot say, I am not going to cooperate with the process. Now, if there is a specific legal jeopardy that you are worried about, I think you may state it, but a position of blanket refusal on account of the fact that the matter is serving before another branch of the state doesn't work like that here. It genuinely, I'm not lying to you, because that would hamper the ability of Parliament to do its work. You get where I'm coming from. So if the legal dispute lasts 4 years, it means Parliament can never touch it. That's why that requirement exists. So I would encourage you to then to deal with the question.
Thank you, Chair. Before I do, may I take legal advice first? May I contact the lawyers who are representing us on this matter, and then I'll come back and deal with the matter.
Okay, as long as you deal with the question, because you will deal with the question here. This position is the position. They must just not encourage you to get yourself into a position where you are not cooperating with this process, because then that will have its own implications. Honorable Bloss?
Just a small bite on this one. Is the member you're engaging now, is he not the head of legal of the city? So I'm really confused when he wants to seek legal opinion, when he's the one who's supposed to be giving legal opinion to the city. So that's a concern. But also too, Chair, I think you've clarified this thing, that the mistake they are making in issues of sub judice is that the courts are our branch. So we are part of the state. So you cannot say to us that we cannot discuss an issue here that is sitting in another branch of ours. So this issue must be dealt with. And this thing also, Chair, I think you need to dismiss it. We can't ask the person who's advising the city on legal matters that he must go and seek legal matter. No, it doesn't work like that.
All right, thanks, Honorable Bloss.
Just a follow-up. Chair.
I am worried that all follow-ups on Honorable Dolo's 10.
Yeah, just a small clarity as well, Chair. This matter was brought up in COGTA in January, and then all we took interest on the matter. And our understanding when this matter was discussed is that the matter that he's talking about as a legal office of eThekwini is not the matter that you are talking about here, the raised one by Mdolo. There are two matters. The matter that is in court now, according to our own information as COGTA, is the matter that Ms. Gwenza took the municipality to court when she was acting there. What Honorable Mdolo is asking is about the processes when Ms. Gwenza was subjected to the process of disciplinary, because she's got so many issues, and she sent it to the COGTA Portfolio Committee to say, please, she was watching when it was deliberated upon in Pietermaritzburg, and she said, no, these are the facts. So the matter that you are interested in is to know if the council or the matter was deliberated on accordingly and it was fair to her, because she told us that no, in fact, when she was about to take a stand, she was dismissed. Those are the things that we even asked way back when we visited eThekwini with other cases of this nature. So there are two separate matters. All right,
thanks, Honorable Doro. Let me hand the mic back to you.
No, thanks. Njoman, I'm not casting aspersion on you or doubting your profession, but I'm obliged to ask this question based on your responses. Are you registered with Legal Practice Council?
Yes, I am. I was admitted as an attorney of the High Court on the 14th of February, 2000.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair.
All right, so can you please proceed then with the answer, sir, please? That matter that you said was sub judice, or are we done now with it? We're not. So can you please provide us with an answer?
I take, Chair, that my request for legal advice is turned down.
Yes, we don't during the course of the committee allow people to go and seek legal. We've clarified what the position is in terms of how Parliament works. what if the legal advisor to take says you must not answer the question? Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe let's assist a bit with Mr. Mhlongo. There are basic issues that relate to what took the matter to court. What are the disagreement that landed the matter in court? Then there is a detail of what your legal team is arguing inside the court. Now, this house does not necessarily get interested in that detail. They're only interested in knowing the starting point. What was the qualification of the individual? What was the job description? Was it changed? And on what basis did the person who seems not to have qualified was actually brought onto the thing? Now, you need to convince us that, in fact, it is not true. And now, when you come to the issue of what took the matter to court, we need to then can explain so and so says so and so stole the cow, and that's the issue. The arguments of the fact that this person says, actually, I was in bed, I had a sick certificate, I couldn't have stolen a cow, we don't want to get there, but we do want to know what the fight is about stealing a cow. You understand? So the issue here is that the element of the whole administrative process and its transparency is what becomes important. When it becomes a debate, the members can go into an issue where you need to deal with the debate on issues which might be, and the chair might decide to rule, no, don't go there. And the chair would be able to go, no, don't go there, we're not going to that one. But up to the point of, this is general administrative stuff that we're talking about at this moment. Now, the other person took the matter to court. There must have been a dispute. What was the dispute? And now, in the course of discussing that dispute, we might then say, at a certain level of the details of the defense or your arguments, maybe we don't go in there. If you alert the chair that, look, those are now issues on the papers, we're not going to open up your papers and deal with your papers here. We're just interested in the administrative issues, decisions which you took, and the objections of the people who were affected. What are these issues? And we want to deal with it from that angle. I don't know if that helps. I just thought that instead of wanting to go and look for a legal opinion, there are areas where I think the chair will rule to no members, no, don't go there. So that, but it's up to the chairperson to guide in that. So we deal with this quite frequently. It's not an effort to bludgeon you into, squeezing out the last of the truth that might be in you. That's not the issue. We're basically wanting you to open up on the whole issue of the administrative acts and decisions that you took in line with the policy, what is not in line with the policy, the transparency part. So there's a transparency part even before you get onto the court. I don't know if that helps.
Does it help?
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Kabazela. Chair, I just want to be properly understood. It's not being belligerent or being disrespectful. The point I was making is that I'm not going back to sub judice, but I'm trying to clarify the point I was making. The point is that there is a pending application that is in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. And it is at the point where we are exchanging heads of arguments. The relief that is sought, the application is brought by Mr. Gwenza. Mr. Gwenza, who is husband to Mrs. Gwenza. The relief that they are seeking is that the appointment of the city manager should be reviewed and set aside. And among the reasons that they are founding their application on is the issue of Mrs. Gwenza and her discipline and the appointment of Mrs. Mageo. That's how the issue of the facts relating to this are brought in onto the issue of sub judice. However, I respect your ruling that we should deal with these issues, and I would refer back to the city manager to deal with them with this explanation that I've given in mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think to provide further clarity, it's never the intention of the committee or parliament to replace the court process. So I'd be assured of that. And therefore, the type of inquiries we make do not go to that extent, because we're not going to have an argument with you about whether their argument has got merits or not. That's not where we want to go. But we do need to get as close as possible to the issues that fall under the applicable legislation as possible. So back to you, Honorable Mtolo.
No, thanks, Chair. No, to put the city manager at ease, just tell the committee whether Mrs. Makeu qualifies for the job when she was appointed. She has qualifications, necessary experience, because definitely as eThekwini, I don't think that actually it is proper that you could appoint someone that doesn't qualify. And we even went further, we even go further and change a JD because we wanted to accommodate her. If that has never happened, tell us if it happened. Tell Parliament that yes, indeed, it happened, and explain to us as we're asking questions actually if it happened, because we want to know, because we play oversight over you as the municipality. You're obliged to explain to us if you know that if it happened. If it didn't, tell us that no, never happened. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Dlangamandla mkhulu. Ngifisa ukuqala la. My memory seems to remember that when I answered it in PMB, there was no other follow-up still to be made in the meeting that was chaired by Kabazela. Kodwa mangabe ukuthi ngiyithole wrong ngiyaxolisa, because I thought sasichazile sayiqeda. But let me go to the specific questions. We didn't do it. We didn't do all that whoever is accusing us of having done. I'm saying, I'm denying it categorically. We didn't do it. Here are the facts on our end, which is also what I think I shared in PMP. The qualifications for Ms. Makeu are as follows: BA, majored in geography and English, honors in geography, masters in town and regional planning, masters in business leadership. The staff regulations, this is my second point. The staff regulations changed on or around that particular time. I don't have a specific date, which stipulated what certain positions must have as qualifications. One of the requirements was that there must be a built environment qualification. As Ms. Tweza, I think she also had an engineering, I can't recall in which field. But more importantly, there must be a professional registration, which Ms. Makeu does have that particular professional registration. So we are very clear that we didn't breach any law, which is why we are basically saying we didn't do anything wrong. On the second part, and I'm going to ask the acting executive director of HR if I've missed anything or I've misrepresented anything to come in and rescue me. But the facts I have at my disposal, because this case, as my legal advisor was saying, was very much aligned to an attempt to nullify the appointment of the city manager. So I do have some facts. The disciplinary process,
JD, was JD changed? Was it ever changed?
if the staff regulations say you need to have a qualification in the built environment and have a registration, definitely the JD will change to reflect that. Yes, it was changed. The second issue about about her not being given a chance and dismissed whilst a particular matter was pending, I think that particular stuff is what falls within the matter that is before the courts as we speak. Kabazel, Mumbo, ukhona la ngashayanga khona kahle mhlambe uncorrect. Thank you.
No, CM ukuchaze konke mhlambe nga-eda kwi-experience yamagewu ukuthi how experienced she is related to this job. But we have covered fully the qualifications that she has. I just want to add that looking at her CV, she started in 1998 as a project, as a researcher for CIR, project manager for eThekwini Municipality, project manager for National Ports Authority, general manager business environment again for port operations, director footprint development, program manager municipal infrastructure. Then she also worked in the city as a project executive, acted in a number of positions as a director, acted as an executive director as well, until she was appointed as a director in terms of experience. Thank you.
Chair, ukhona la ukhabazela angithunuka khona. Mayisekhuluma nge-experience. She actually acted in the very position as the head of CSW. And when she acted, that's when the turnaround began. Before she was moved to act again, if you remember, as a DCM, Deputy City Manager, Community Services. So it's a person that has been above, came back, acted in a position, delivered high impact on the cleanliness of the city. She became the project executive and then came back to it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm mindful of your time, Honorable Mtolo, and I don't think you only want to deal with this matter. Sorry? No, I did. No, I did. I stopped it, by the way. Time flies. We've been going for more than 20 minutes now.
It's a follow-up. City manager, was there a time where actually you were fully involved and then you also made suggestions or recommendations on this matter with regard to Mrs. Kwenza as a city manager? And maybe just indicate to the committee as well that is, if you were fully involved, well, that is a normal practice at eThekwini, that you become fully involved on matters whereby, because definitely Mrs. Kwenza was not reporting to you, direct to you. So just clarify to this committee whether on this matter, Ms. Kwenza, is there any time in your capacity as a city manager that you became involved, you even made recommendations on this particular aspect?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. According to the Municipal Systems Act, the city manager is the one who has a responsibility to employ. So I become involved in any matter, even the one that I've delegated, because they are performing the functions that I have delegated to them, anybody below me. So I become involved in any aspect of appointment, right? I can't recall a specific case, but if I did, it was still okay. Particularly where I realized that the power that I delegated to them is being abused. So it is perfectly normal to say what you are doing may not entirely be correct. Because at the end, we want someone who will be able to deliver. I can't deny it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me just move, Chair. Thank you. With regard to a Nedbank Cup, is there anything that maybe you can tell this committee on matters implicates Dr. Zakim Kize and Dr. Mazibuko, including Lorna as a service provider?
Okay, I don't know if that question is specific enough for you. It's not for me. It's broad, Honorable Mtolo. Is there a specific allegation?
Yes, there's an
I'm
allegation.
just worried that
Yes, there's an
we
allegation
may get a
that-
10-minute answer.
Yeah, there's an allegation that actually Nedbank Cup final case being swept under the carpet because it's implicated Dr. Zaki Mkize and Dr. Mazibuko, including Lorna, their favorite service provider. Do you know Lorna as a service provider? Is there anything that actually you know with regard to Nedbank Cup issue being swept under the carpet?
Thank you, Chairperson. Obviously, this is the city manager answering a very operational question. But I came to know about it because Action SA, your friend, raised it and it was in the media for all to see. Little did I know that I would also be playing a particular role. But in case there is that particular perception, let me clarify. That matter was brought by Zwakele Mngwango. It was sent to the City Integrity and Investigations Directorate. It was thoroughly investigated, and there is an outcome. The outcome is that, so I'm addressing the sweeping under the carpet. The outcome is that the results of the CIID says that Dr. Zakim Kize must be disciplined. And she is indeed being disciplined. I think the last time I checked, if my memory serves me well, because I wanted to ensure that we bring it to a close. They were in the process of appointing a disciplinary panel. The service provider, Dlangamandla Bengamazi negama lakhe, she has been also slapped with a recovery of about 3 million rands. So those are the processes that are now drawing to a close. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Last one, Honorable Mtolo.
Okay. City Manager, will you be in a position actually to tell this committee about the list of trips abroad and the processes involved, whether such trips are approved by council, and how delegation is composed, cost and value of money for money to the city, and what criteria was used to select each delegate and their position in the city? Because the question is based on the perception that the CEO or the city manager most of the time is abroad. As a result, the city is on an autopilot because most of the time you are viewed as per person when there are trips that are going abroad. You are the one who come first to go abroad.
We are going to organize you a South African visa, city manager, so that when you visit the country, you can enter.
And I'm not laughing because I think your comment is funny, but I think it is the perception I've had in some platforms that I'm always overseas. I can probably count. This last trip was the third one, if not the fourth one for the year. And part of the responsibility is worship has given me, because we pride ourselves in being a global city. And we have responsibilities in terms of the international agreements that we sign. Some of the stakeholders across demand the highest leadership to be there so that they see we've got 26 sister city agreements. I'm not even servicing them up to 1% because I'm concentrated here. However, those that have formed this particular perception, they've come to that conclusion. Which I categorically deny that. That is not true. So I don't have the actual trips that I've taken this year. I only remember these two. There may be a third one. So the cost of which we do not have. The selection of people who travel is based on the projects that they work on. Right now, I have a team in Baku. Myself and the mayor were supposed to be in Baku, but we've decided to prioritize Escopa, and we've sent people who have been working on those particular
No, Chair,
projects.
because of time, I'm satisfied in terms of response.
Okay.
But there are still,
And your time is over.
there are still outstanding questions that I asked.
That you had asked before. Can you just say which ones they are? And then please deal with them.
The issue of Mazibugo and the double-story house, and Mr. Pacho will still have to respond. And Mr. Pacho will still have to respond.
Okay, yeah. I remember those.
And
Thank
maybe
you.
when they're responding, actually, I think it would be important on the electricity side, just to indicate on the issue of suspensions and also disciplinary matters involving one of the managers that actually was dismissed. It's just that actually I don't have details here in front of me. Thank you, Chair.
Dlangamandla, I want to say something very briefly. That, Chairperson, we have a group of disgruntled former employees who peddle these things in the social media all the time. And we have really are thinking, because our employees have been coming to us. One of the things they're accusing Mr. Pilani is that he took a girl to Turkey for a PPM. PPM, the ladies will know, to reshape themselves. A PPM. So, in as much as we can joke about them, those things are impacting the professional integrity of these people. I mean, for somebody to issue a TikTok that says, "Imali ama kickbacks yonke le enakha ngawo le ndlu," we don't even know if that is Pilani's house. And we, as a matter of fact, are thinking about, because they come to us and say, you don't respond when we are being attacked there, but we are your employee, so in this particular case, my team did issue, they are confirming, our communications did issue some information release in the social media. However, it was retracted upon realizing, or somebody did notify them that you didn't have necessary approval to issue that. They put it down. And because also it was going to create a culture that everybody who's being insulted, we must all respond. We are still finding a proper mechanism to be able to respond. So it's true, it was issued, but it was done so without approval, and we've since put it down. Kabazel, oh no, it's Pato. Mhlegazi, on that quantum thing, on I'm sure you captured it, the quantum thing on Tafuleni. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Chair, Honorable Dono, by subsidy quantum, okay, this is an in situ upgrade, meaning we're building a project where there are people. It's an urban project. It had stage one meaning it's the planning part. Planning of that project, MEC, human settlement is a mandate of province and national. So we get money from national and province. MEC for human settlement approved 6 million for stage one on this project for planning to be done on the 2,500 sites. This was in February 2009. Then on 15th of December 2010, MEC approved 19 million per site for the 2,243 sites. That totals to 44 million. That is now for the infrastructure on the project.
Apologies, 19.
So it's 19,000 per
Oh,
site.
19,000, not 19 million.
No, 19,000 per site times 2,243, which equates to 44 million for the infrastructure. Now, this is now in 15th of December 2010. Then the top structure amount was 55,000 per site times 2,150 sites, which equated to 119 million. That is now for top structures. And this was approved in the 5th of October 2011. Now, Honorable Chair, you'll appreciate, I don't have all information, but I'm trying to get the information because these were not part of the questions. But on the same top structures, it was realigned. That's what I'm talking about, the alignment. Now, it was realigned from again to 266 million to 298 million during the period of 11th of April 2013. Now, you have a contractor that is appointed for services, and all your human settlements projects, they do not take 3 years or 4 years as per the MFMA. They take beyond. Now you had a contractor appointed to do services, and the alignment is done almost annually. And this is what I'm talking about. A 19 million per site is a portion of what it costs the site. Sites in eThekwini currently, they're costing us around 450,000 per site. And the USDG tops up to that. Now that is only on sites. Then the top structure, of course, during the time when they start to implement it, and the applicable subsidy at the time, that's why it's aligned by the MEC. So that's what is applicable to pay to the contractor. And they will bid, and then that's what get to be aligned. So that's what I mean by alignment, which in this case, we have to go through section 116A, which is the major deviation, where we're saying now the contractor was appointed when the subsequent was 55. However, he's building on site this year, where subsidy quantum is no more than is 110,000 per site. That's what I mean by alignment, moving from one subsidy quantum to the other. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you wanted to add some things here.
Yeah, there's one question from Dlangamandla which I missed about the disciplinary stuff that is going on there. Pilani Shange, the new director of energy, is cleaning up. Ever since he took over, there has been a change, a lot of visible change. All electricity light poles, well, not all, majority of them, particularly along the main route, are now restored. Part of what he's doing, he's also disciplining people who are responsible, amongst other things, for stealing those particular bulbs, people who were our employees. You know that there are some components that were found across the border to Swaziland that were stolen with the assistance of some people who work within the city. That is why now there are these shenanigans about PPL, about building a house with, amongst other things, is a pushback, because he's getting closer to some of those people who are responsible for those things. Yes, disciplinaries are there, a lot of them. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to come to you, Honorable Madlala. I just need you, CM, to just clarify something for me, because I need to understand what you meant so that I am not unduly worried. So there was a time when you referred to the fact that you've got the responsibility to hire, but that gets delegated onwards. I just need to understand what you meant by you do get involved. Do you mean you get involved in instances involving your direct reports, or you get involved throughout as a principal? In other words, do you reach 2-3 levels down to make determinations on a hiring process that's taking place at middle management level? I need to understand what you meant.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm very sorry if I confused it. I understand the principle of segregation of duties, and I allow that to happen. But there are certain instances, la ubona khona ukuthi cha ke kuyagangwa la, and I'm going to have a responsibility to deal with the thing uma ngabe sekubonakala ukuthi isifika ekugcineni seyonakela. So what I sometimes do say is that for instance, what I said was that we have staff regulations. The staff regulations require the amendment of the JD. They require the built environment qualification. In that particular case,
no, so what would help me, let's leave that case. Let's operate at the level of principle, because I'm trying to speak to a general practice. I wouldn't want us to get back to that case. I just want to know what you mean when you say I do get involved, generally speaking, not this particular. I don't have a particular case in mind, but I don't want us to be distracted by that case.
okay, thank you very much.
So maybe before City Manager responds to whether that delegation of powers and his involvement as a city manager does also involve tenders. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll park that one because under the questions that we're going to follow up, so I'll keep it, I'll note it. I just want us to deal with the hiring. I simply want to know, how do you exercise that prerogative? It's really a question of principle.
All right. I do get involved because I sign all jackets as the final signatory, whether you are appointing a general assistant or you are appointing a senior manager, they are all signed by the city manager. Thank you, Chair.
No, sure. So when you were saying then, there are times when you see Kutugia Kangwala, at which stage do you become aware that Kangwala? I'll tell you why this is important so that I play open cards with you. The flip side of that, for somebody who is inclined to do nefarious things, is that you could interfere with hiring processes. In other words, your fingerprints are visible throughout an organization, and everybody gets to understand that if the city manager does not approve of a particular person being hired, then they shall not be hired. You understand what could happen. That is where I'm getting at a level of principle. So I do need, that's why I'm asking you this question. At which point do you, with middle manager X, get to develop the impression that Kangwala?
A chairperson, it comes at different parts of the process. In most cases, I deal with it when it requires my signature, which is the final one. Because I preserve and respect the principle of segregation of responsibilities. Because people come to me all the time and complain that in that particular position, this is what they are doing. They are doing A, B, C, D, E. I can't turn my back on them and saying, I do find out what is happening there. And then if it warrants intervention at that time, I do. Thank you.
Okay, city manager will deal with this later on. I have to say, what you've just said to me is unsettling. And when discussing principles here, because my assumption is if a middle manager has to be appointed, there is a process with its own due diligence that has occurred, because the door that you are opening is for anyone who is unhappy that they didn't get the job to approach you directly and say, Gangwala. And in fact, I'll be so open as to say one of the things that happens a lot when we are going to have hearings like this is that for 3 days before you guys come here, you get 100 emails of people complaining about one or other thing. right? And I can imagine it happens in the case of city managers generally, anyway. So when you say people come to you to complain, what it says to me is that you then reach down from your office at some point during the process to start asking questions where you might believe that you're doing the right thing, but it actually amounts to interfering with the process. That has got other ways of resolving, whether it is through the CCMA and so on. You understand. That is why it's unsettling. And I don't want to discuss a specific case because I don't have one. And I want us to leave that other one that is in court. I don't want your head of legal to get an ulcer because we're digging into the same thing. But you get where I'm coming from.
Yes, I certainly do. And I don't want to be defensive, Chairperson, because I don't want to sound like that, because the principle you are raising is a noble one. But maybe I also wanted to share something that I infrequently do that because of exactly the reasons that you are saying. But I hear you.
So to close off on this, I would have been better comforted because I genuinely don't expect for you to be able to dig into every point. I mean, there has to be a level of good faith in any organization. Otherwise, you end up doing everybody else's job, right? In your role, which is high up, right? We accept that principle. What I was hoping you would share with the committees is some process of checking on a randomized or on a regular basis whether the hiring practices in the organization are as they should be. Are the interviewing panels constituted correctly? Were there any conflicts of interest in respect of those? Is there a pattern, a particular pattern where certain people get hired, or whatever the case might be, with promotions and so on? That is the type of work, systemic work, that I expect of a city manager, given the demands of your time, the demands on your time. You understand? So that is why your answer unsettled me, but I didn't want to confuse it with that particular case, because that's not where I'm coming from. So, but let's reflect on it. Honorable Mahlala has been waiting in the wings for a long time. We can come back to this matter again, but you get the point of principle that I'm raising. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And greetings to the delegation from eThekwini, members of Parliament, support staff, and everyone. Well, maybe let me start by indicating that I'm a resident of eThekwini, first and foremost, but also so that people who are looking don't have a misconception of my relationship with eThekwini on the basis of what Honorable Kupega was saying. My only relationship with eThekwini as a municipality is that of a former employee. So Kupega was never in the executive. I wouldn't have qualified to sit on the other side. But thank you very much, and I have quite a lot of questions, Chair, but given the time limitations, I guess I would probably have to take on a few, and maybe some of the matters would obviously deal with them further when we go on oversight at some point during the year. But let me start with this one, which quite disturbed me a bit, from the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Which is number one in terms of slide 56, where there is a 31,857 rands that was spent on buying alcohol by officials of the municipality. And the sanction is that one official got 10 days suspension, two got a written warning. The other ones were found not guilty and others' cases were withdrawn. I just want to ascertain, as a matter of a quick response, if it was the view of the municipality that those sanctions were sufficient given the kind of misconduct that had taken place with the taxpayers' money. Let me just ask that quickly and then I'll move to other questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Hloko. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we cannot interfere with the chairperson's decision. Once the presiding officer has made his decision, we cannot interfere with that. But I must indicate that in this case, the way it involved different employees at different level. The employee where it was withdrawn, that person was not even part of the actual workshop where that alcohol was bought. And then he was charged because he was mentioned in the actual report. And then the chairperson listened to the case and came up with that conclusion. So while the others were junior employees, the case happened, and then the chairperson gave them one suspension, the other one written on it, just because of their involvement in the matter.
Thank you. Kabazel, at least you are the one who taught me the policies of the council. So you would know that the council has a right to take the matter on review if the presiding officer's decision is not satisfactory, because you wouldn't want to set precedents on a decision that, because I think the sanction is really, there should have been, these are dismissible offenses. 38,000 rands bought of alcohol bought by municipal officials. But let's not go further to that. But you can comment at some point, because I want to move on to the other questions. And I think that the municipality should have taken that decision on review and looked into the conduct of the presiding officer in arriving at such a very light sanction, given the severity of the misconduct. But let me also maybe go to the Honorable Mayor and just check. There is an allegation, well, in light of what was said, maybe it will fit in the context, but we are informed of an affidavit by the former head of, the last time I checked it was CIIU. I don't know if it's still the same as CIID now, I don't know. But the investigation department relating to the refurbishments that happened at the house of the city manager in Cowers Hill, and it purported that there could have been a corrupt relationship of service providers financing that. It's an affidavit that allegedly it was brought before you at some point. I want to establish if you are aware of that, and also if you are, what steps have you taken to process that matter?
Brought before maybe mayor. Did they mention the mayor's club?
That is the understanding, that at some point it happened before you were there, but at some point it landed on your desk. If you say that you have never seen it, it's fine. We'll take note of that and we'll deal with it in future engagements and investigations. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can leave it at that for now. Thanks.
You have never seen it?
I have not had sight of it. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you. I want to also still on yourself, Babu Klaba. I want to understand. It's a follow-up question on the issue of the sexual harassment allegations that were leveled against the city manager, and it's the process part that I'm concerned about, or that I want some clarity on. So there is an advocate who was then appointed, Advocate Smang. What was the process of appointing the advocate? I see the panel, which was supposed to give a brief to him to do the investigation, but how was he picked? What was the process of saying we want Advocate Smanga to do the investigation in a pool of endless, of many advocates existing?
Well, I had actually requested the head of legal to respond to that, because it was through an SCM process. As politicians, we stay outside of that environment. But he will explain the process. Okay, may I leave it to him? Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The process of appointing advocates in the normal course of events, we do not go through any competitive process, we look for the best suited advocate with his skills in terms of the case that we are facing, and then we instruct our panel attorneys to brief that advocate. So there is no competitive process. In this instance, Advocate Sithene was not appointed in his capacity as an advocate. He was appointed as the independent investigator, who could have been a person from any profession. But because of the skills and qualities that the mayor and myself discussed to identify the most suitable person for the matter after he being authorized by the council to make the appointment, and bearing in mind that the mayor had to effect this appointment within 7 days of the resolution of council in line with the disciplinary regulations for senior managers. We first, Mayor was of the view that it would be helpful if we could get someone from outside the city, so that it's a person who comes with a fresh mind and objective, and who has no connections with whatever is happening within the city. Within the second criterion was that it should be someone who has got extensive experience in labor law. Now, Advocate Sithene comes from Joburg, outside.
Thank you. I don't mean to interrupt you. I've received the response. I want to move on to the next questions. We'll come back with a follow-up.
It the AS charge, criterion.
The issue is not whether he qualifies or not. We are not I'm not questioning whether he qualifies or not. I'm questioning the process of arriving at a decision that this must be the one. And I think you've answered that. So we'll maybe do a follow-up at some other time in terms of what principles actually guide that part. So let me move on to other questions. There is an issue, CM, you know, the Category 10 issue. And maybe for the benefit of the public, I think it's very important that we allow you the platform to at least clarify this matter. Because the understanding is that your salary is in terms of Category 10, the upper limits or the limits within Category 10. However, the municipality remains on Category 8, and as you would know, it's been a long struggle around employees fighting to move to Category 10. I just want a brief response on how does this come about, and why is the municipality still remaining on Category 8 as opposed to Category 10 when you as a city manager are earning at Category 10? That's the quick question I would like to pose to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize, acting ED Corporate Services. Can you please help with the response?
No, thank you. The city managers, we normally get they are regulated, their appointments. And then as part of their regulations, it allowed that they can be appointed on Category 10. Only the Section 56A and 54A managers. While the general staff is still part of the discussion at a national level, where the union as well as SALGA, they are still discussing in detail the issues of the categorization of municipalities, as well as the issue of the implementation of the salaries that are attached to those categories as well. That is still under discussion, is not concluded yet. We're hoping at some stage there would be finality in that matter, and as the city, we have to look at that time.
Thank you. Maybe as a quick follow-up, because at least we sitting here have got a privilege to call Treasurer, to call Contractor, to call any other department, so that maybe also assist you. What is the challenge with ensuring that the ATM municipality becomes Category 10? So that we can go and ask them, we can call Contractor, the minister, or anybody here to come and explain to us that ATM municipality is saying that you are not, or there is a hindrance somewhere which prevents that from happening. So what, in a nutshell, what seems, because this has been a discussion that has went on for years, as far as I could remember.
No, thank you. This has been in discussion at a national level for almost 10 years. It's not a new matter. But as a city, we couldn't just implement without having the guidance as well of how to do it. A year ago, there were discussions involving labor, where we have to go and do the benchmarking throughout the metro municipalities as well. But we came back with a provision at the council that let's see if a national, because it's part of their agenda, if they can resolve this the soonest, then we can implement, if we could. And then what matters the most is the funding and the budget that is also involved. Our CFO can also help in that regard. But I think what matters the most is to ensure that we align ourselves with the national decision in this regard.
All right. If I get the answer correctly, it's a matter of budget provisions, but in principle, the agreement or there's a shared understanding that the municipality should be a category 10. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, no, I think the matter from where we're sitting, as indicated by Ukabazel, there've been engagement, we've done benchmarking with the other metros, and we've gone to council. However, in terms of the council resolution, as you know, SALGA represent all of us when it comes to negotiations. So it's important that we get proper guidance from there. Because if we go ahead and SALGA is not on the same page with us, there is a possibility that might then be accused of wasteful expenditure. So we are cautious in terms of dealing the matter. We don't want comebacks at a later stage. Thank you very much.
All right. I think we'll come back to it. I'm getting a bit confused. The more we explain it, the more I'm getting confused, because the question is whether we have a common vision with every party. The problem is the budget, or we have done the benchmarking, we have not reached consensus with the broader, structures involved beside the budget issue. Because the budget only comes after we have reached consensus on principle that in terms of the standards, this is where we are supposed to be sitting. And then we say we don't have a budget for now, it's going to cost us so much, then how do we then plan for it, stagnate it over a period of time, or whatever the arrangement could be made, or Treasury intervenes and so forth. So I'm not getting that, I'm in between, but let me proceed, Jeff, because I know you're going to tell me my 15 minutes is over in a short while. So let me at least take a few, or the CM wants to intervene.
No, I'm not intervening. I'm saying probably this discussion would have, it is still relevant, I must say, but with all the with some structures that are involved, there is some form of engagement that has yielded some positive results. So it's pending application. I don't want them, when they are watching us from home, and say, hey, he went to Parliament and backtracked on the agreement that we signed. So no, the agreement is still intact. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Let me move on to, I think, how much time do I have left, Chair? I want to be economic about my time.
You are now in injury time.
I'm already on injury time.
You are in injury time, but ask two more and then we move.
All right. I'm going to combine this 2 to 1, and then I'll ask the last one. So there is an issue relating to the sanitation project, which we had requested information on, and you've provided us with details of information. When we were in PNP, we also did ask about the same project. And the concern about it is that it's a project that dates as far back as 2019. So part of your report indicated that you are awaiting some verification or things like that, further verification. And in terms of, and this is what I want to, we're trying to get with the information that we wanted to have. We wanted to get that for the people that the project was audited, I think they said it was audited by, the verification was done by MMK engineers and the auditing by Ngubane and partners and so forth. So there was auditing of the project and the verification of the work that was done and so forth. So the people whose work could be verified, whose work was verified, and everything was in order. I know there are categories that are alleged to have not done the work at all, and all of those things. But where there are no queries, can we be assured that all of those people have been paid? And where there are queries, are all individual suppliers or subcontractors aware that this is your query as an individual person, and this is what we're doing about it. This is how much is owed to you, because allegedly also some monies were paid post the council resolution that some payments needed to be made. So there was a chunk of money that was paid. Obviously, that it becomes confirmation that it's an acknowledgement of responsibility if you pay a particular portion. So is it a budget issue? Or is it the issue of those that have got specific queries and they are aware through formal engagement that you, company XYZ, it's not a collective issue. We just could not audit your part, or we just could not find verification that you actually did the job. And just that short clarity around that matter, but also couple it with an issue of the payment to a company called Blessed Joe Trading CC, which has got a court order that the municipality should be paying, and allegedly there was also a CIU investigation report which had long recommended that that company should have been paid. However, at some point the municipality the matter went to court, and as we speak today, the company still has not been paid. Just couple those two issues in line with the payment of suppliers and the challenges that exist in that space. And then I'll ask the last question, and then we'll deal with follow-ups at some point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On the sanitation project, Mr. Msweli is going to respond. And then on the issue of Bless Joe and the proceedings there, the head of legal will respond. Thank you.
No, thank you and greetings. I'll answer, but I might not be able to take it to the extent that you want. I thought, let me just declare that, because to an extent, it's a work in progress, to an extent. The challenge we had with those payments, with all the payments that I think you are referring to, because you quoted MMK, so I'm assuming that this was the refurbishment of the cabs that we are referring to. The starting point is the fact that we are talking about work that was not sanctioned by the city. So those people were never appointed by the city to say, go and do that work. I think it would require a lot of investigation in terms of what made them go and do it. But I thought let me just say that. So the verification was done. You are correct. I think that was completed. So the reports that we received from the forensic auditors that did the verification for us were mixed. There was some work that the forensic auditors could not confirm. So there were some payments that they said they don't support. And then, of course, as you have indicated, there were some payments that they did support. But the reason I was saying the answer might not go to the conclusion that you want is that we are yet to process that, because we still have this challenge of the fact that the work itself was not sanctioned by the city. But however, I think this matter is also a matter that is under investigation by the SIU as well. So as things stand now, we would have liked to get first the outcome of the investigation from SIU. We are waiting that, and then we'll make the final decision. I don't know if the CFO wants to add.
Thank you. I think the last part, the matter is also subject to legal processes. We do have claims, and legal is assisting us in dealing with those claims whilst we are waiting for SIU's report and recommendations.
I think we'll come on follow-ups. Let's allow Unjomane to deal with the second question so that I do the last one. Then we'll do follow-ups later on.
No, ask your last one. You are way over.
Answer the question. I had already asked about what is this company? Bless Joe. Yes. Yeah.
May I proceed, Chair? Thank you. Let me first start, Honorable Madlala, by saying that I'm not aware of the CIIU report that recommended that Blessed Joe should be paid. It has never been brought to my attention. What I'm aware of is that Blessed Joe commenced with legal proceedings to recover monies that they claimed were owed to them because they had supplied us with e-marquee at Cleveland's. And the marquee was procured during floods, and they were procured through disaster management and human settlements. And when we were taking instructions, we inquired as to why were they not processing invoices. And our instructions were that at some point, this contract or appointment was terminated, but the marquee was never removed. The reason why it was terminated is because it had become unaffordable, because they were charging us 208,000 per day. Now, they then took the matter to court and they claimed an amount around 70 million. The matter went to trial, we defended, and the judgment came out, and the order was that we should pay them for a limited period of 12 months because housing people is the government responsibility, not a private individual's responsibility. So even though the marquee was not removed, but it was being used for that purpose for that period. But the court then did not support the amount that was claimed. The court said we must go and pay or calculate the market-related rates at the time and then pay them. The exercise of benchmarking what was market-related at the time has been done, and an offer has been made to them. That is the reason why we have not paid yet. So I'm not sure whether they've responded to the offer that we have made. If we cannot agree, the judgment says we now need to go back to court and argue on the issue of quantum and support our respective positions with evidence. So it's not a refusal to pay. Court processes have unfolded and we are still acting in line with the judgment.
Sorry.
Yeah, just on this one, Chair. My apologies. 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Can I, Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, because, Chair, I think I'm going to have a problem with Mr. Mhlongo, because to mislead Parliament is a criminal offense. Now, he started off saying that he's not aware of the CIIU report, and I'm aware of this matter, because it was also brought to my attention. Just like we say, when people are coming here, they call us, and we get a lot of emails. Now, Mr. Patso is here, and he's the head of human settlements. And I don't think he's going to collaborate the story that is being told by legal. He's not. He's here. So I want him to really look at that, Chair. And also, lastly, the market-related that he's saying, he's telling us that they were paying the marquee 208,000 a day, right? And he knows the quantum that they've made to that company. So the refusal to pay speaks to what the AG was saying, that eThekwini just refused to pay contractors, and they frustrate the process with frivolous legal obligations, and they know that these contractors cannot afford that. So I want him to firstly restate his knowledge of the CIIU report, and also give us clarity on the quantum if they were supposed to pay the contractor for a year and the offer that they've made. And because he's given us figures, he must tell us how much they've offered to that company for the year, for that marquee.
All right, thanks, Honorable Plosa. Can I suggest that unless Honorable Matlala is interested in the answer as well, I was going to say when it comes to your turn, they start with this question for you, because Honorable Matlala was in the middle of his last question. But it's up to you. If you can deal with all the matters, including what Honorable Plosa has raised, and I'm quite happy.
No, Chair, I think we are still going to be here for quite some time. So some of these discussions, there's more that we need to deal with. But I want to just finish so that we all finish the set. So I'll ask my last question, and it's to the CFO. CFO, we are confronted by an allegation of your relations with a company called Bonagute Chartered Accountants. And the allegation is that this is a company you have once worked for. This is a company that your spouse has also once worked for. It's a company technically, allegedly, which is that of a family friend to you. And your spouse currently sits in the bid evaluation. You are the CFO. The company is now working with the municipality, offering the services to the municipality. And the allegations went as far as suggesting that your family relations extend to trips together between you and the owner of the company and your spouses. So we are giving you an opportunity to dismiss that or to just give us a response on it. And that's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I dismissed the allegations. The company I used to work for, I think it was for about a year, between 2018 and 2019. So I joined the company on around the 8th of July 2018. I left around March 2019 when I was then appointed the group CFO by one of the state-owned entities. So I don't have any interest as far as that company is concerned. So I think that's the response I can put. There is no family relationships. The owner of the company used to work for eThekwini at some stage. And also the owner of the company used to work for the Office of the Auditor General. He's an accountant, as you know, so I'm an accountant, so we do have a professional relationship, but it's not a close relationship as being alleged.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good evening. I'd like to have a chat about the 60% water non-billing, basically. So in other words, only 40% of your water is billed. If I can just dissect that, does that include indigence? Or is that just pure losses? Is that just pure leaks and water? Or in your 40% that is seem to be billed, does that include indigence? Or is indigence part of the 60% that you lose, that is not revenue producing? Someone could just answer that for me, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Ethnic, can you please assist with the responses?
Okay, maybe the first figure I can give, about 60% of the 60% is estimated to be physical losses. So,
in other words, it's 36% is physical losses.
Yeah,
36% overall, 60 or 60.
Yeah, 60% of the 60% as an estimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what you could call, we call it physical losses, what you really lose through leaks.
Okay.
So the 40% of that becomes losses through meter reading and so on. So, but just to go directly to the answer, it's not so much about the indigent. It's all about whether the connections are metered or not. So if a connection is metered and the consumption is we can account for it, it will therefore not be part of the non-revenue water. I hope that helps. Yeah.
So effectively what you're saying to me is that the 40% that has been billed is stuff that's been properly metered and obviously not lost. The other 60%.
Yes, 60.
So as you say, 60% of that 60% is pure loss. And the balance of that is
through inaccurate meters, meters that are under reading, anything else that is not a physical loss.
Okay. So what has been done to improve that, to deal with the incorrect billing because of meter issues and stuff like that? What plan do you have in place to deal with that?
There's a number of initiatives. The most recent one is implementing smart metering, but that's not big bang, because I would say we're starting slowly there, but we already have awarded a contract to do that. But the most important intervention is the replacement of the meters. where the meters are more older than 15 years, we are replacing those. We've replaced a lot of them. And where we have properties that are unmetered is to then also meter those connections as well. So we awarded a contract, I think it's early this year, to buy meters for us to actually meter the connections. So because what you really want to achieve is increasing the sales that we can account for, and you do that in the main through metering. Yes.
All right, thank you. So of the 40% that you are able to bill, what kind of collection rates are you getting? What kind of revenue collection rates are you getting in eThekwini?
Yeah, I was just conferring with the CFO. The figure that I'm aware of is around 75% is a collection rate. Yeah.
And then just sticking with this issue of water losses, I know right at the beginning of the day it was explained the fact that I think you said about 40% of the municipality is actually rural, and that you've had to put new piping down, obviously, to provide water to people who previously didn't have it. But I suspect a large part of your losses are coming from the central city, where the pipes are old, and there's probably a lot more pressure and a lot more water going through, and potentially a lot more water being lost. So the question is, would you have figures over the last 3 years as to how many kilometers of pipes you've been replacing on an annual basis? Or how many kilometers of piping do you have in eThekwini, and how many kilometers per year are you replacing?
I don't have that figure in front of me, but the kilometers of pipe is about 12,000. We have in excess of 12,000 kilometers of pipe. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would have to get that number in terms of how much per year in total length we are replacing. We do some of it in-house, so that's not a lot. But we do have a pipe replacement program. In fact, I'll get the figure now. I've got it here in my laptop.
Yeah, if you could, I'd be interested to know.
I'll get it now.
Say over the last 3 years, just per year, how many kilometers per year have been done?
All right.
Okay. You did mention, obviously it was mentioned in the beginning, that you had to go through a whole program of providing water to people in the rural areas that previously didn't get them. How far down the line are you with that? I mean, have you is that pretty much done? Because I know that was used as a reason as to why you weren't updating the pipes in the older areas where there was older piping.
Okay, so thank you. I think you want a lot of numbers. Yeah, that we call it coverage. It changes because it's a percentage. So if it's a percentage, it depends on the base from which you are calculating. We got at one stage close to 92%, if I remember. Yeah, and that was because at the time the house count I think was about 945,000 in the city. So we were close to eradicating the backlog. And then obviously people move into the city, and then the number, I think at the moment, is more than 1.2 million. So I think we are now down to about 75%. And that's because of the increase in the number of the house count. So there is now more people that we actually still have to deal with. Yes.
Of your capital expenditure in a year, about how much of that is used for the replacement of pipes, of water pipes? So I've asked you the kilometers that you've done, but if you could put a cost, to the actual, from a capital point of view, the replacement of pipes.
We target to spend about 300 million.
Okay.
300 million. Yeah.
And your total capital budget is?
I think sometimes, usually around 1.7 billion.
Okay.
About 1.7 billion for the water and sanitation.
Okay.
Yes.
Any chance that you might be increasing that? I know it's got to do with your revenue collection and various other things, but because obviously it is a major problem that so much of your water is not getting you revenue, and that would, one thing kind of feeds on the other. So you need to be able to get more revenue from your water to be able to improve the situation.
This turnaround strategy we spoke about earlier is directing us to go in that direction because it's the right thing to do. And I think it's logical as well that if you reduce your losses and save the money you're losing through losses, that you'll have more money then to extend the network. So that's now the approach that we're using. is that if we can reduce those losses, let's say we claim back $1 billion as an example, then we'll have $1 billion to extend the service to the unserviced people. So that is the intention, it is to spend more money on reducing water losses, and a large part of it is pipe replacement. But there are other interventions. It won't be just pipe replacement. Pressure management is another one, metering be another one. It's a number, about 20 different initiatives that we drive to deal with the non-drinking water. So all of them put together will put us around 300 million.
Okay, thanks. I think you're probably going to have to spend a lot more than that to deal with the issue going forward. But yeah, anyway, good luck with that. And then the other thing was we've just had the parliamentary debate on the cooperative government portfolio. And an interesting comment was made during that. They said a sign of a successful city is one that helps to create economic growth and employment for its people. And a sign of a failing city is where poverty has been increased. So in other words, where people are not necessarily getting that economic growth. And anecdotally, I heard a story last night about the Cape Town film studios and about how incredibly popular they are at the moment. They're just outside on the N2, just outside the city of Cape Town. And people come from all over the world to make films here in Cape Town because of the Cape Town film studios. And a lot of investments coming in, a lot of jobs are being created. And it's actually part of the thing that makes the economy thrive. And the thing that I find amazing is that there are no other major film studios in any other big cities, Joburg, Durban as far as I know. And I think Cape Town's the only place that has that. So thinking of the climate of KZN and the fact that you don't really have a winter would mean that 12 months a year people could come and make films in eThekwini, and it would possibly be a good income driver for you. So where I'm coming to on that is, what is your strategy and plan as a city to create economic growth and to create jobs for people? And do you have things like a Cape Town film studio? So it doesn't necessarily have to be a film studios, but is there any particular plan that you've got to help your people find jobs and to improve their lives? Thanks.
It must be the CM's favorite question to deal with. No. I was thinking that if I was in your shoes, this is the question. This is a question I want to be asked.
Economic development and planning. But let me try. There is a bouquet of things that we do under the program Economic Development. We have a program called Catalytic projects. These are high impact projects that have a transformative capability, both spatially and socially. So we have a number of them that are worth, and these are not necessarily projects on the ground yet. Some of them are on the ground, they are still being implemented. Others are still at a planning stage. Others still remain a commitment. But they have a combined value, once they are complete, of about 220 billion rands. So we are driving those particular projects. We've created a separate capacity within the city to be able to run with them. Believe you me, one of them is the film studio opposite Suncoast. This is the project where the eThekwini Presidential Working Group is supporting the city to unlock a couple of planning, building control, and rates issues that seem to be hindering that particular project. But we are in a process of resolving it as per directive from the president through eThekwini Presidential Working Group. So that is on the side of the formal economy. But then investing in infrastructure, it goes hand in hand with those catalytic projects. And at that level, that's when you create jobs, albeit temporary, but it is adding into the jobs that we are creating. Then on the small, medium businesses, SMMEs, we also have a dedicated program that seeks to drive the improvement insofar as SMMEs are concerned and integrating them properly into the main economy. Then we have a third program called informal trade, where we are trying to make informal trade feasible because it is a pillar for much economic development. And then we have a dedicated township economy, which also we are taking care of to ensure that people don't have to travel long distances to make economic impact. All that is under the umbrella of Durban Investment Attraction, particularly on the catalytic projects, to ensure that they make it work. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. So, sorry, you mentioned, sorry, it was how many billion? That was am I hearing right? We said 400, 200 and?
20
billion.
222
Billion, okay. And where's all that money coming from as a matter of interest? Because, you know, obviously if you're struggling to spend money on pipes, 220 billion is a lot of money to invest. So where is that money coming from?
Yeah, the money is coming from investors. I can tell you now that in the last investment conference, Toyota pledged 10 billion rands worth of investment, where they believe that it could start actually before end of the financial year in terms of the processes to get the shovel to hit the ground.
Yeah.
Then we have, I'm going to just highlight a few. I don't have that entire list. Then we have at Devemco, which is already investing 20 billion rands in Umdloti. So all those developments between Umdloti and Palito are under that particular company, and they are worth about 20 to 23 billion rands. Then you have the Chinese wanting to build a dry port. They are investing 6 billion rands there. You have Insimbi Ridge, which is a logistic park in the middle of well, on the western part of the city. It is easy already costing about 2.5 billion rands. And then you have a Chinese company that has also invested another 20 billion rands. And they have already bought the land. They have the plans being processed. They want to hit the ground as soon as possible. It was launched, and all South Africans might have seen it, those that were able to see it. Then we have, Your Worship, West Town. West Town, which is totally a new seat in the west of the city. So they are basically, that's 15 billion rands. It's a mixed-use development made up of retail, residential, office, and so on. It is already on the ground.
Yeah.
So it is still developing. The only challenge we are facing, Honorable Member, it's something that probably is only unique to South Africa, that the private sector expects government alone to invest large sums of money towards infrastructure. In London, what they do, if you are going to develop, the London Transport Authority says that you must build an underground station so that you are able to affect the movement of people around the city out of their own money as a contribution. But it is foreign investment. Some is also being done by people like Investec and so on. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, in line with that discussion about the film studios, I'm really glad to hear that you've got plans to build one, because as I said, the weather in KZN actually makes it a 12-month-a-year thing rather than the Cape, where they have a couple of months of floods and rain and cold weather. On that line, apparently Anand Singh owned the Natal command site, and they say that seems to be an attempt to try and make it difficult for him by charging punitive rates for that area. I mean, is there any reason why you are not being particularly helpful to him setting up a film studio there?
Honorable Member, I'm very disappointed if there is that perception. It means that we must meet a lot more and continue to speak. That thing, really, there is a rate at dispute. It's not only because of the punitive rates. It's because of the disagreement between their valuers, who are chalk and cheese in terms of the amounts that they are proposing. The city is proposing so much based on the plan that was submitted. His people are proposing so much, and that is what we are facilitating, so that they agree on what is it that needs to be paid. But when the site was sold, there were specific agreements which were made part of the sale agreement, that a particular portion will be dedicated to film studio, 80% of that, and 20% of that will be other uses. Now, what he has submitted is what is still being discussed to ensure a compliance, but we are fully behind him.
Right, thank you for that.
Yeah, on your last one.
All right, okay. Just an issue around Mr. Ednik Mzweli, the former head of the water, and who I see is being described as a person who presided over the problems, the problems of water in the municipality. They say he's been promoted in the municipality when he should have been fired. Any comment about Mr. Ednik Mzweli?
I can comment with confidence. He is here, by the way. Is the gentleman that you were talking to him earlier on.
All right. Is there any reason why he's still employed? Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go.
No, thank you, Chair. This is the gentleman who has been at the helm of water and sanitation, not only in the city but also in Umgeni, Utugela Water Board. He has massive experience and is qualified. If you look at the space of water and sanitation, there are many dependencies that you surely always cannot pin on one person and say as if he had a panacea to solve all those problems by himself. When we experience floods, that is another frame condition that he inherited, that the infrastructure was wiped away. When the city developed sporadically, and you find that there are many peri-urban areas that are dependent on reticulated water, it's the natural process that as an engineer you can't influence, such that the demand is higher than the supply. Then you have the issue of multiple number of people that are no longer complying with Masakane. They are no longer paying for services because they see people in the informal settlements not being made to pay. So there are those peripheral problems. Of course, like any other official, he has his weaknesses in some managerial aspects and also dealing with other aspects of his job, but I would say that those things would only take about 20%. But generally, when we were faced with the candidates that we had, we felt that he's the kind of person that understands this environment better, and with some form of training here and there, he could be taken to the next level. So the statement is grossly unfair that says all the water and sanitation woes can be laid at his doorstep. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Could I just ask one?
Yeah, of course.
It's just the extent of eThekwini, because you mentioned the fact that it includes quite a lot of rural areas now. Would you mind just telling me how far it extends up the north coast and the south coast, and how far inland the actual metro extends? I'd just be interested to know.
In the south, it ends on the boundary between Umdoni, Scottbra areas and Umkomas. So the southernmost tip is Umkomas. The westernmost tip is Categorization. Thanks, Kawazel. The northern tip is actually Palito and Umdloti. It's quite wide.
It is quite wide, particularly going all the way up to Cato Ridge as well.
Yes.
It's quite something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I please remind you of Honorable Bloss's question about that report? So you remember? Yes.
Yeah, I'll get into it, Chair.
You will get into it.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
get into it.
I didn't forget it.
Yeah, so I just wanted a few comments, Chair. CM, by the way, so when you benchmark eThekwini, City of Cape Town is not a city to look at. So when you're doing your planning, City of Cape Town must not be an inspiration to eThekwini. Because there's nothing inspiring that is happening in Cape Town. We just have to make that comment. But also, in terms of, because most of the members have canvassed the issue of water, and I think the mayor said it clear that eThekwini is mostly rural and you are unable to collect revenue for that water. So maybe as a proposal, because all the management is here, is go and increase rates, water rates in Umhlanga, in Kloof, increase rates in Mazimtoti, so that those people are able to pay for water for people in Guamashu, in Nenanda, and all of that. So when you are increasing rates to us, it's in a CMS. So we want to pay more for our people. Yeah, so that's the proposal to make
So shaya umfoka maduna ke
to
manje.
make up for the shortfall.
Ushaya umfoka maduna ke manje. Uhlala kulezo ndawo.
But because you've got to be a city that looks out of its people. Now, Mayor, no doubt you've got a good team in eThekwini. Highly educated and people who've got appetite to do what needs to be done. What is missing is political will. And this is what the AG is saying. The AG is saying that you are a city of spreadsheets. You are a city of spreadsheets, a city of reports. And it's evident here today because you brought us very well written reports. Everything that the chair asked you, you reported it very well. And your responses also. You know, you are giving us well answers. I'm just disappointed with your legal department, and I'm still going to come to it. But we ought to translate what is good on paper on the ground. Our people have got to feel the clean audit. They've got to feel, you know, everything good that you are trying to do. So the political will within your management needs to be there. So we can't just be, you know, a good city on paper, but our people on the ground don't get to experience that. So I just needed to make that. Now, before I start with my questions, I want the chair to go back to that one first. The issue of that company, because it was raised by Honorable Madlala. Bless Joe company. So, Njoman, so I want you to retell us about this issue, because for me, it speaks to exactly what the AG was saying. And I frown upon when we refuse to pay our people. And we fought for this 30-day, by the way, Chair, for invoices to be paid in 30 days. We fought for that. Because we understand that in majority of our small black business companies suffer the most when they are not paid in time. They are the ones that suffer in the collapse. So when the city seems to have a refusal to pay suppliers, we frown upon that. And especially you want to use, you know, law and the city's money for litigations to go against them. We frown upon that. So I want to know, and I've got about 8 companies, Chair, by the way, that the city is litigating against. But I think I'm just going to bring up just 2 or 3 of these examples, and Bless Joe is one of them. So I want to hear your response again, Njoman. You are saying what is happening with Bless Joe. Not to litigate what you said earlier, but in terms of what I would have raised. And then when you're done, I would like to hear also Mr. Pato on the same issue. Thank you very much.
Maketama, are you able to comment?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yes, I'm able to comment, Chair. I did explain what my understanding is, and the Honorable Blose attacked my honor and said I'm misleading Parliament. Maybe, and I'm not taking that lightly, because my integrity is my tool of trade. For me to be attacked in public as being misleading Parliament, it's rather unfortunate. However, I am prepared to respond to whatever inaccuracies that I may have submitted if they are pointed out to me.
Chair, I don't understand what the issue is, because firstly, let me just put it clear. I said to mislead Parliament is a criminal offense. That's what I said. And then I quantified that. To say that I want Mr. Mhlongo to tell us again if he's not aware of the CIID CIID, ne? Yeah, that if he's not aware of the CIIU or CIID report, that speaks to this, because that's what he said. And I said when he's done, I do not think that the head of the HOD of Human Settlement is going to collaborate that story. So I need a response on that.
Please go ahead.
Because Chair, that CIIU report is an internal report of the city. That points exactly what must happen, and they are challenging their own report in court.
Okay, let's give him a chance to respond. I was going to say, Mr. Mhlongo, you always welcome to set a member straight, by the way, when they say something about you in this forum that you disagree with.
Thank you, Chair. My submission was that, in fact, it was my first comment, that I am not aware of the CIID report. If there is one, it had never been brought to my attention. The matter came to me through my instructions from my line department, which is Human Settlements and Disaster. Now, if there is one, I don't know how Pato is going to confirm that I'm aware. I'm reiterating and I'm being on record. I do not know of that report.
Chair. Yes, the honourable member insinuated that there is lack of political will, and I didn't want to take that up with him because he did not back it up with evidence as to what exactly he says about it. Maybe if he does that, we can then deal with the specific points. But as to the political will, certainly there is. I'm sure it can be confirmed.
No. So maybe to assist, the delegation is yours. You are the head of delegation. If there is a matter that is raised by a member, such as there's no political will and so on, I believe that you are able to say, to indicate right at the beginning that I wish to respond to the honorable member in respect of the part about, and then you deal with it, and then the rest of the matters are dealt with by your team. So what I'm trying to say is something you can always respond to because you are the head of delegation. Yeah. So at a point where you're ready to respond, you can. I just want us to complete this exchange here.
All right, Chair. And I'll tell you why I disagree, Chair. And I didn't want to litigate this matter any further, because this matter has been in court, and there is no way that the legal department of eThekwini would not be aware of this report. That should be a subject of the court. Because part of the refusal of eThekwini, they would say that they would have done an investigation on this tender, and this is what they believe in eThekwini is, and that's why they are going to court. So I do not believe that. And Chair, I'm going to make a proposal towards the end. When my time is up, I'm going to make a proposal in terms of how we're going to deal with this issue so that we don't delay my time. But Mayor, also to come to you, it was not an attack. I was citing that it need not come from me, it comes from the AG. The AG is the one who says to us that you are good on paper, right? When you talk about consequence management, so it's a city that is good in terms of reporting, but when it comes to consequence management, nothing is happening. This has been referred to as core. Investigation is underway. Matter referred to CIID, and there are no cases that we can point that the city has taken consequence management on these issues. Hence, then things will then happen, and when things go wrong, the city is unable to act in a manner that is speedily. So I was making a comment around that, but you will respond to that if you want. I want to move to a second issue so that I can move away from the contractors. Njomane, there's an issue also there is in court. This was in relation to hiring of officers, if I'm not mistaken, an issue around Delta and eThekwini Property Fund. Now, you had a contract with Delta, for in my understanding, and you had a contract with EPF, eThekwini Property Fund, but the offices belong to Delta, and there was an arrangement between EPF and Delta. Then Delta came to you and said you must stop paying EPF, and you stopped. And Delta is now taking you to court to say you must pay them directly. But you defended that matter against Delta, and you said you don't have a contract with Delta. You have a contract with EPF, but you're still not willing to pay EPF. So where is that matter, and why is this matter not resolved? Because another issue is that you are constantly in court with your contractors, where you should just be paying them, and you are losing a lot of money that should be going to services on legal fees. So what's the issue with this one?
Thank you. The contract, as I understand it, was between eThekwini and the municipality and the eThekwini Property Fund. And emanating from that contract, some offices were leased in the properties owned by Delta. And we were paying rent. CFO will correct me if I don't have full facts, and if my facts are not accurate, it's not an attempt to mislead. It's because I have more than 2,000 files running at the same time. So my understanding is that there was a dispute between eThekwini Property Fund and Delta, which then led for the matter to be taken to court. And when there was a dispute with Delta demanding that we pay over rent to them because they are the owners of the property, and they are in dispute with eThekwini because I can't recall whether it was Delta's CEO whom they claimed that he had a private arrangement with the eThekwini Fund, which was not sanctioned by Delta. We then responded by opting to stay out of the fight. We said what we are prepared to do is to continue paying rent, but put rent in an attorney's trust fund, so that whoever wins this fight between Delta and eThekwini, we will then get a court order and we release the money to that winner. So that is where the matter is. And a few weeks ago, there was a judgment that was delivered. I think it was in favor of eThekwini Property Fund. And because we are cited as interested parties, even the law firm that is holding the money in trust is cited as an interested party because it would be affected by the outcome. We have been served with papers of Delta applying for a leave to appeal against that judgment. So that is where we are at the moment. We are not part of the dispute. We are prepared to pay, but we do not want to pay one party and then when it loses and then we become liable to the other. The money is being held in trust. But
sorry, Njoman, but you are going to defend both cases. So when Delta says pay them, you go and defend and say you can't pay them. EPF comes and says pay them, you also go and defend and say you can't pay them. Because I don't understand why, because you are contracted with EPF, and I don't understand why you are entering in a dispute, because you're saying you're not entering, but you are, because your contract is with EPF. Now EPF will take you to court. You will still go to court and say you can't pay them for whatever reasons. Delta takes you to court, you go and say the same thing. For me, it doesn't make logical sense.
That is the decision that we took, and it made sense to us.
And the money is not in the city's coffers, you are moving it to the lawyers. Then who's accounting on the interest that is being generated there?
That is governed by the Attorneys Act on how monies and interest that flow into a trust account are managed and accrue to whom.
Okay. I want to move away from that, Chair. CFO, when is your contract expiring?
Mhlambe ake ngimphendulele ngoba ngusupervisor wakhe. His contract is expiring on the 30th of June 2026. July, sorry.
Oh, waphelelwa umsebenzi early.
I didn't mean to say he must leave early. I didn't mean that.
Akithi uyabona CFO inkinga zakho ingakanani. So CFO, so as part of a dark cloud hanging over your head is that of nepotism. I saw you were asked by the committee to respond in allegations. I don't know whether you responded to it. If maybe a member asked it, or maybe I was out, you can just come back to it. In terms of your wife being employed in the city. It's an allegation. I also saw it in the papers. I saw there was a particular response. But because we live in a court of public opinion, maybe you would want to clear that out and then take us into confidence as well in terms of there's no nepotism when it comes to that. Or maybe the CFO, the CM would want to respond on your behalf. I don't know.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Very briefly, let me say I, as his direct supervisor, satisfied myself that there is no nepotism. The lady was appointed, and I'm not going to read the whole thing that is in the presentation, I'm just going to summarize. It was appointed in 2011. At that time, CFO was not the employee of eThekwini Municipality. But also when it comes to the post that she has held as well over time in eThekwini, trying to explain the fact that she has been in the city prior to this particular promotion that is now being queried. I'm not going to, so she has worked as an accountant, she has worked as an accounting support advisor, and she reported to the Deputy Head Corporate Accounting. She has served in a number of committees as well. The panel that sat on that interview for this particular post that is in question, it was not part of that panel. The panel was constituted of a number of people, including human capital people, and she was appointed on the basis of merit and her performance at the interviews. She met the essential requirements for this position. So I couldn't track any tangible or intangible or perception of any influence of the process. He didn't participate in any of he was not in any of the signatories for the report that ultimately came to the city manager. So as things stand, I'm satisfied that he didn't improperly influence the process. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just ask some clarifying? I'm stopping your expired time.
No, I've got time from Honorable Bitelis.
When Honorable Bitelis came to me, yes. I'm the one who knows what to do with his time. He told me and the chairperson. Can I just ask, so this conversation sounds very cryptic. I just need to, because also this is a platform for the city of eThekwini people to know what we are discussing. So can you just, so Honorable Plose, I would like you to make a more specific, for lack of a better word, I will say accusation, right? So when you say nepotism, it's one of those questions that are broad. Is it nepotism in promotion? Is it in hiring? Is it in, you know what I mean? So can you just be more specific and say, the allegation is 1, 2, 3, and can you please respond? Because I'm realizing that as the CM is answering, I am not following properly, you understand? And I want all of us to follow. So can we just go through it again, if that's okay? Would that be okay, CM?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so my time is still on pause, Chair. Yeah, no, thanks. No. So CM, so there's an allegation against the CFO that he might have had his hands involved in the hiring of his wife into the seat, because the wife apparently holds a senior position within the seat. So we just wanted to clear that out, to say that maybe first question would be, is the wife employed in the city? And then explain the process. And then can we draw any conclusion to say that the CFO was involved in any way for the wife to be an employee of the city? That's the question, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. His wife works for the city, and she started working for the city long before the CFO. But in actual fact, the actual appointment or the promotion, because this is what is being a question, I couldn't pick on any evidence, tangible or intangible, that he influenced the process. He never participated in the interview process. He never signed any of the jackets for appointment that reflect, that would have been a conflict of interest. However, if somebody has tangible results, tangible information that they can bring to my attention that link him to this particular kind of conflict of interest, obviously we'll be prepared to look at it. But now there's nothing tangible.
All right, thanks. So the CFO found his wife in the city, but the promotion happened when he was there. But there was no tangible evidence that links him to that. Okay, no, that's clear enough. So in my injury time, Chair, I just have two short ones and then one proposal as we move. So, see, Mayor, you spent about 24 million building statues there in eThekwini. Now, I don't have a problem with the statues of our heroes, but I have a problem when you've got statues of Queen Elizabeth and all of those racists there outside your city. And then you take OR Tambo and then you go and hide him there by the beach. But Unepota Park, right in the middle where everyone got it. There was one of those statues should have gone there. I mean, you've got Nelson Mandela at Moses Mabhida Stadium. I don't understand the logic around that, CM. You should have taken Mandela there to Porter Park and removed Port and called it Mandela Park. So for me, it's also, it speaks to, you could have maybe used that money maybe to remove these statues firstly that are outside the city, and then to build our struggle heroes. So maybe speak to that, and then as a last part, short, so that I don't come back, Chair. I think, Chair, my proposal would then be maybe an oversight into eThekwini. We might actually even need an inquiry to the water tanker scandal, Chair, if that is allowed. But maybe when we go there, because CFO, also I would need your input on this. You said you've insourced or you've purchased 150 water tankers for insourcing. I don't think we'll find those water tankers if we go to eThekwini. But we would like to go so that we can see them, because I've never seen eThekwini while the former mayor was there. Kaunda, we with him, and Honorable Kaunda. He bought some machinery there, or trucks or what he bought, and he was there on top of them with pictures. I've never seen a picture of a water tanker in eThekwini. So, and you've bought 150. So that would be very interesting. 250. No, so Chair, we must in the beginning of the third term, let's go there and see those water tankers. But those were my last parting shots, and then if there's time for follow-ups, Chair, we'll do it. Thank you very much.
Let me say, Honorable Mayor, I have members of this committee and these committees who are from eThekwini. They will find any excuse for us to spend a week at eThekwini. There is always a proposal.
We will be working, Chair.
Please go ahead. They claim they will be working.
No, thank you very much. And I think the honourable member says if it was he was in the authority, in the position that I'm in, the two statues would be located not where they are but elsewhere. Let me just talk about the statue of President Nelson Mandela, where it is now, where it stands. Honorable Kalipi will recall this. He was released on the 11th of February, 1990. And on the 18th of February, he stood on those grounds where he delivered a speech that was to define his character. That was to define the character of not his character per se, but the character, the posture that was going to define the posture that he was going to take when it comes to the issues of peace, reconciliation, and nation building. He says on that day, I was in the youth league, and in the midst of violence, only Madiba could make that statement that you must throw your guns, pangas, and knives into the sea. And I was carrying my own thing at the time when I was mentioning that, because I knew that on my way you will be attacked. If you are not attacked on your way to the stadium, you'll be attacked on your way back to back home. Now, that's Madiba. And that was to define his philosophy of nation building that starts with reconciliation, that starts with peace. Now, you couldn't put that statue anywhere but on those grounds. Just hardly a week after I was released, the first rally that drew in excess of 200,000 people, it was at the stadium. And Kabazela will remember all of that. So
Kabazela also in the youth league then?
No. He was our senior at the time. I thought,
I'm much older. Don't even compare.
I thought sometimes the choice is what informs the choice. I'm not going to talk about other things. And just on the issue of, I don't know what the AG says about our leadership. I mean, political will.
Can I protect the AG? So the honourable member was interpreting the AG's report basically to say, you get decent audit outcomes, but there are certain areas where they feel you need to do better. And if I'm misrepresenting, please. But basically the AG was saying we want faster action and more decisive action on consequence management. We want you to deliver on your actual targets as far as service delivery is concerned in a way that also shows people that, the administration translates to the change in the lived experience. So, but Honorable Blosa is a politician, so he's going to put it in a political way. Yeah.
We don't differ on that, Chair. I agree. There is discernible improvement in the city, as it were. Like I said when I made my opening remarks, that there is general stability at all levels, and you can see the city picking up. But and the issue of consequence management, I did mention this. I think I remember talking to the AG, it was in July last year, and when they were briefing us on the status of records review, I said to them, we've started, as a leadership, we started receiving receiving quarterly report. And I said last month we received the first quarterly report on the implementation. It was in July, on the implementation of consequence management. The report is available for inspection. The report provides details, including the age analysis of all the cases that were recommended for action, particularly by the Financial Misconduct Management Board and the CIU in the main. And then said the city manager is expected to report on a quarterly basis progress or lack thereof on the implementation of the recommendations contained therein. All I'm saying is from that time,
at least this then starts to say when we started demanding this report, and you've been receiving quarterly reports. I can say from the time we insisted on that, there's improvement, there's some action, and if we are asked to provide a proof of that, we would furnish you with a proof of that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, the removal of colonial statues, Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, the former Premier, Sibundebele, faced with this discussion, he wanted us to approach it differently. And that where the statue of Botha, where it's located, we erected the statue of Dinizulu. Yeah, Dinizulu. And there's a conversation between Dinizulu and Botha, and that that there's a conversation between the two, and I can't remember how he put it, but Dinizulu was the one who was released by Botha from the prison. So it starts to tell you the story why these two statues are standing side by side, both of them facing each other. And it's just that what is lacking, which we need to do, is to put something where a QR code or something, where you simply do this and then you get the whole history. And in other words, some of these statues can stand by side, and but if you don't have the place for them, you must look for where you can actually archive it and so on. But that's a discussion for another day. I don't think we should deal with it. It's a matter that
I think the member wants an extra day for us to visit sites there. Honorable Mkhalif.
No, ngiyabonga Chair. Ngibingelele kubakhaya bami delegation elidomeya. Mhlambe umuntu also aphinda amazwi ashiwo Honorable Bloss to say that, Mayor, this is not the first time I have been saying. Chair, the Chair of COGTA will remember that. Which I said it to Peter Marisbeck, kuyanconywa lokuhleka ngakhona, kuyagxekwa la kufuneka kugxekwe khona. So I'm still going to repeat what I said in Peter Marisbeck, that we have a good team. Mina, how I measure the good team is whereby I call the city manager, respond. If they don't respond, they become my enemies, because I'm the member of parliament, but I become a councillor of my ward. They know all of them. My favorite one here is Babu Msweli. Even if he's busy, he will come back to you with my issues, because I become a councillor. I was a councillor, by the way, of eThekwini. So Babu Msweli was there during those times as well. But when I come through the issues that are affecting the community, he will come back. But I'm not saying he's perfect. Even the city manager, he tried by his own best as well to come back. I'm not saying others, they are not. Babu Pato does after 5 days and so on and so on. But it does come back. So I'm saying, Chair, I want to understand maybe CFO, I know you do come back to me, but now I just want to check during your presentation. I heard that you were saying that in terms of the written off amount was 689 million. So I want to check that, because according to AG, sorry Slalo, because I'm going to quote AG, page 60. AG said that the written off amount was 2 billion. And that's where my concern started. I want to double check your amount when you do the presentation and the 2 billion that was said by the AG. I want to understand, if you are taking this amount to the council and you run it to be written off, we have an experience as we serve in COGTA and SCOPA. We know what does it mean, Chair. You can't just rush to the council and say, no, just write off. You are recommending to be written off, and then you think it's fine. You still have to investigate, and consequence management must take place, because this amount is too big. There is one I just want to check with you, CFO, if I can.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think you are referring to slide 22, where we reported that 689 million of the balance had been written off by council. We're referring to 689 of the 3.2 billion. In terms of the write-off process, as indicated, there is a irregular or UIFW reduction strategy that was approved by council. In terms of the strategy, there is a process outlined there as to what process must be followed, and that process is also in line with the Section 32 of the MFMA. I must indicate that before the strategy was finalized, there was a consultation with the Contractor and also consultation with National Treasury, because we wanted to ensure that the processes that are followed are fully complying. So when the matters are reported to MPEC, MPEC is provided with full details about the matters, and then they are assisted, as the chairperson indicated in the morning, they are assisted by CIIU or CIID in terms of investigation, and also by the Financial Misconduct Board, especially when it comes to the consequence management issues. So that's the response in terms of the question. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm not. Oh, Chair. All right. All right. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. My second question is, I just want to check with you, or Mayor, the issue of those employees that he was talking about, Ubabumtor, in reference to one person, and Babu Mhlongo tried to respond, but we are not satisfied. As I indicated before, that matter came to us as Contractor, and now the answer that is provided here is still not clear. So I just want to check, as a matter of principle, Chair. So Babu Mdolo asked about the changing of the JD in connection with that particular job description of that particular department. And then you explain that according to your own processes and rules, it does provide that. But it seems as if kuno hokolo, I don't know how to put it, but there's an inhlala yenza, if there are a person that is specifically needed to get a job, the CM in your office, of course, you go and change the JD in order to suit that particular person. I want you to confirm or deny. That is the matter of the principle that I want to establish. The second matter, Babume, I'm coming to you. This is not the first time we talk about this thing. Do you remember very well, Babumpel, when we came firstly in, I think it was before even COVID, when we visited, it was Chem Tambi, who was the chair of the Contractor. There was a matter of Mr. Makanya. There was unhappiness, how he was also fired in municipality, you explain. But where I come from now, we want to bring it to you the issue of misconduct. And I want to ask specifically to Mayor if there is any recourse except CCMA and Labour Court, when a person saying that I was fired, not even giving a stand, for instance, in the matter of misconduct. Are you aware, or can you confirm as the city, that she was charged for 4 charges? But when the disciplinary hearing or disciplinary processes just dealt with 1 account, and then in the middle there was a dispute about her rep who was fired or was having some issues with the municipality. And then the chair of the disciplinary hearing said, no, I'm not going to give you a chance because even your rep has got an issue with the municipality. And when she said, let me just change the rep, or please allow me to continue with him because the county that I'm dealing with, the charge is in an advanced stage, the city said no. When she was about to take a stand, and the chair of the disciplinary processes just said, no, this is a verdict, you are fired. So she took the matter to the bargaining council. So the matter that you were asking, Babu Mhlongo, was that particular matter. My question to you, are you aware of such cases? Because it happens with MEX. Do you remember MM? We even asked when we visited the city of Durban long time ago about the issue of MEX. I'm saying as a matter of principle, as the municipality, is any recourse where a person saying, no, I was not treated fairly in terms of the processes that are guiding the labor law. So therefore, can I appeal? Or you just say, no, ihambile, go and to check with CCMA and Labor Department. That is the principle that I want to establish from you. Can I just pause for them?
Chair, let me start and say this, that, sometimes I fail to understand why one case is elevated above others that are similarly situated. Because there's been a number of cases where disciplinary action was taken, which in some cases led to people being dismissed and so on. And we have been dealing with a number of those cases. In other words, I'm saying there's this number that I'm aware of. But this one and this other one, it sometimes fails me to understand why they are being put above others. But the team are going to respond to it. But when a person alleges unfair treatment, there are what you call tribunals that are created to deal with labor disputes. We hope that she will find recourse in those tribunals, as it were. I don't think that as a mayor I should really get involved in such matters where the law clearly stipulates that if you are not satisfied with a decision of a tribunal, you can elevate it to the next tribunal until you take it right up to the labor court or labor appeals court, where the matter ends. And I will leave it at that. I'm just looking at it purely from the legal perspective. Thank you very much.
Can I continue, Chair? All right. So simply, what are you saying, Mayor? You are simply saying that once the disciplinary hearing find you guilty, there is no other way to deal with this matter within the municipality. You must just go and lodge your complaint in the CCMA and Labor Court.
I'm saying if you are aggrieved with that decision, you take it on review. Thank you.
Within the municipality?
You follow the law. That's yeah.
No, I'm saying within the municipality. I'm asking for clarity. Is any chance that she can, or anyone, and there's no case that is being elevated, Babu Qam. We are making a reference to the cases that are reported to us. This matter was discussed in Contractor, and then we cease with this matter. It can be any cause, any matter that can be referred to us. But as I'm saying, I want to establish a principle because it was also discussed in your meeting, the previous one, as I'm mentioning, Max Mtembu. So those are the cases that come to us. I just want to understand in that Ndawanyana nje baba.
I just want to say, Chair, if you are not happy with the decision of a tribunal, you take it on review. Of course, you know the next levels where you can take your matter to.
Can I advise as follows? So what I encourage people to do is to explain matters in such a way that a member of the public understands what the process is. So could you say you take it on review, and in our case, it means you take it to this forum and you name the forum. Does it go to CCMA? Does it go to Labor Court? Does it go anywhere else? You understand? So that's what I expect you to be. I understand what Honorable Mkalip is saying in this context. So please help us in that way.
Thank you very much. Let me invite the head of legal who will then elaborate on the steps that what you call avenues that may be available to anyone who's not happy with the decision. Head of legal.
Thank you, Bob Mayor. To respond directly to the pointed question, in terms of a policy of the municipality, there is a step of the internal appeal available to an employee. However, there are many instances where employees just skip that step and then go to the next forum. and it depends on the nature of the dispute. So maybe if the dispute is unfair discrimination, it won't go to the bargaining council, it will go straight to the labor court. But if it's an unfair dismissal, it will go to the bargaining council. After arbitration, if there are still issues, then it goes to labor court. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks very much, Njuman. Yilo konje bengikubuza baba Mayor. Angazi sixatshaniswa yini now. Okay. I just want to understand, I think in the correspondence to the municipality, there was an issue regards to Metropolis, Baba Macengwa. I just want to understand, or just to clarify in terms of the 8 people that alleged that they were hired at some point, I think in 2022, in November, and those people didn't follow the proper processes to be hired. And Baba Macengwane, you also mentioned in terms of giving instruction to Ms. Geraldine Stephen as a head of Metropolis Training Academy regards to these individuals. These people is allegation, of course. It says that they didn't follow the proper procedures, so when you advertise for the amount of police that needs to be hired, they were not part of it, but they found themselves there. And after that, someone instructed Miss Mazwi, not this one, is Mazwi something, to integrate these 8 people who didn't follow proper procedures. That's where the problem started, because Mazwi defied, I don't know, the process of the municipality with regards to these 8 people. And Mazwi said, no, I'm not going to sign these people because they were not hired accordingly. So can you share with us, because this is everywhere, Baba Macengwane. I don't know if it's you or it's MM.
Thank you very much. Because this is an HR process, I want to first give Executive Director Corporate Services to try to respond. But if it is a direct allegation that the HR may not be aware of, you are not aware, then in that case, I will request the Chief of Metropolis to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, I remember that allegation and the whole incident. I think that relates to what an Honorable Member asked earlier regarding the gap of 26. What do you do? What had happened in that incident, the recruitment of 2022, we appointed people, a particular number of people, I can't remember, I think it's 200. But when we reached the process of engaging them, calling them to say, come to make your notices to where you are working and then come start work, some of the people had abandoned the process. Some were pregnant, could no longer be appointed. Some had got other posts which were much better than Metropolis, and they declined. So we had this gap of 8 vacant and money, and we were still within the timelines of making an appointment. However, because they were not in the jacket that had been recommended, but the budget was there and they had applied. They were not in the recommended jacket, but they had applied. We needed to write a report to request an authorization from the city manager. So we wrote that report to say the panel must go back to the individuals that had applied, but could not be filled in because the ID posts were 200. But now if 8 do not accept, that means you ended up appointing 192, if my maths is helping me. So the money of the balance was there, the timelines were still safe, so we wrote a special report to get the authorization to do that. I even remember how the city manager authorized that process. He said, as long as there is proof that these candidates that had declined to take the positions. So we had proofs of that. Then we started the process of engaging that. It happened when people had already been engaged. So the onlookers, people who are looking at that process, felt that no, there are shenanigans regarding that process, but it was above board. It was referred to CIIU regarding for investigation. Investigation was conducted. We were found to be above board.
Gezo Chief of Police, but where are these people? Are they part and parcel of the employment?
Yes, they are in the employ.
All right. No, thanks very much. The last one, Chair. The AG, Babu, my favorite one, Babu Mswin, is saying that your target was 100%, but you achieve only 88.21%. The reason is being insufficient budget. So my question is, maybe the Ubabu budget is the one that must tell us. How come you have given them the insufficient budget in the heart of the crisis of water? Babu Msoila galala makolds etu. So therefore, can you please tell us why are you not giving this department 100% if it's true? But I'm taking from the AG.
Wenongalo, my humble apologies. Because remember, it's okay to address it directly, but it's fine, you can deal with it.
No, thank you. But I think she was addressing the CFO. But I think the reason the CFO cannot respond, Honorable Mkhalip, is because you didn't mention which KPI you're referring to. Is this maintenance? What is this? Response time? I think there was you were just mentioning the 88%, but
yeah, say water. The problem of water, you plan to achieve 100%, but AG is saying you didn't because you cited the problem of budget. That way I was like, let me just find out, because you know the crisis of water.
Yeah, well, I can then generalize the budget that we normally run out of is the operating budget. Yeah, so that's why some of it I think the CFO will talk to. We do the best that we can with the limited resources. We obviously wish we had more, but obviously it's not enough, because if our infrastructure has aged, I think we've covered that earlier. So when the infrastructure is aged, then you need more money to do maintenance. So we do run out, but again, the positive spin-off of this turnaround that is happening now is that's one of the areas where it has come in, because it has been identified, is that we must increase the allocation of resources for water and sanitation. So what I expect is that from the 26-27, the new financial year going forward, which is part of the period of the 6-year period of the reform program, is that would improve. Already it's going in the right direction. CFO might want to add, because it's a financial question.
No, thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of the budget, as I've indicated, when we put that budget on the table for Council's consideration, we do take into account the priorities as per the IDP. And then before the start of the financial year, there is a document called the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, which links the indicators and the budget. That is signed off before end of June. So at the beginning of the financial year, our view was that there is adequate budget which should assist in achieving the indicators as per the SDPIP. But as you know, because of the aging infrastructure and also the disasters, in some cases, we are spending more on reactive maintenance instead of proactive. So I'm assuming in this case, there was a lot of work that was done in terms of reactive. So as a result, what was planned could not then be achieved. But otherwise, our budget is aligned with the priorities, and the SDPIP is also assisting us to ensure that there is that clear alignment. And I did say that That confirmation was given to us by National Treasury that they are also happy with it for 25-26, and also in the previous financial year, the 24-25, they also indicated that it is aligning with the priorities. Thank you very much.
Chair, may I add that the needs of in the city are many, and but the resource envelope is limited. I'll just leave it at that.
Sizoxabana nobabuxaba manje. Sizoxabana. Ngifuna uxabana nawe Mayor. Injani isikhathi sami Chair?
Pelile isikhathi sakho,
Okay.
but
Ngicela nje
ask
ukubuza.
one question.
Okay, ngicela ukuyibhanqa lesele babo Sihlalo. Earlier on Babu CFO, you spoke about the pollution blocks ko Lindela. If you can just tell us how many Lindelas do you have at eThekwini, and how do you address the issue of private bathrooms in all Lindelas? Because angifuni ukurefera kuba Mayor ngoba sogcina sixabene. The situation is not conducive at all. And uyazi ukuba bomsweli inkosi yami yonke into ingena phezu kwakhe. So how many Lindelas do you have at eThekwini? How do you plan to address the issue of toilets to provide dignity to those people? That is one. Secondly, the issue of people, Babu your staff members, not all of them, when they were disciplined, they found guilty. Others, bayabuyela. But uthola ukuthi babuyela after a long time, sebe affected. Do you provide counseling to them with their families? That is one that I want to understand. The online new payment, Babu CFO, the online payment which causes some shenanigans in eThekwini. As a result, people who came to your office to Toy. If you can also take us through if that thing has been sorted out. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Therefore, you will deal with the online payment system. Part of direct response, how many transit camps or Lindela are there in the city? And Ethnic, please, if you can respond to the ablution facilities. In actual fact, it's one of the material irregularities that AG has found pertaining to one called Quarterback. And probably what is the plan? I think it's going to be of interest to the committee. Yeah, just take them like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to request before they answer that the city manager at least allocate some responses to the female in their delegation. We've been having men speaking from 9:30 in the morning. It's been 12 hours. We have not had a single response from any of the females. Please, CM, please.
But kusho ukuthi ngibahlobisile nami ngoba yimina ngedwa on their part here. And no one is raising that. When it comes to say agrees.
Kodwa at least uyakhuluma. Uyakhuluma na honorable. Bathule labo sisi.
Kodwa ke between Dr. Khatebe and the COO, if they have any input to make, they are more than welcome to do so. Thank you very much.
COO Kabanga.
Wasn't somebody supposed to deal with Honorable Mkhalipi's last question, or is it dealt with?
They are still lining up to deal with them. Maybe let's start with the simple one and end up with the online invoicing system. How many transit camps in the city? 1, 2, 3. Pato?
Chair, there are 42 transit camps that are remaining. We're coming from 71 eradicated, 29 we left with 42 with 7,900 families living in them. Thank you, Chair.
Ablution facilities in the transit camps, Soli?
Okay, no, thank you. Our level of service for ablutions in informal settlements and transit camps is what we call CAPS, those communal ablution blocks. We are changing the technology of those ablutions. Previously, as you know, it was prefabricated containers, but now we are moving to the brick and mortar structures. So we're in the final stages of awarding that contract. It's really near finalization. So before 30th of June, we should have awarded it. So in July, we'll get going with that program. So that will deal with the transit camps as well. Thank you.
CFO, just on the online payment system.
No, thank you very much. The online payment system is now stabilizing. We are processing payments today based on the report that the team has shared. There is about 34 million that has been processed, and tomorrow is about 77 million. Yesterday there was 49 million. On the 18th there was 98 million. So on average we pay about between 275 million to about 400 million a month. So you can see that with tomorrow's payment run, will be around 259. So we are paying. But what is good is that we are able to now see as to what is likely to be paid on Friday, next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, as the service providers are submitting invoices online. But we are continuing with training service providers, and we've also made our Sizakala centers available for those that are not able to upload. They can go there and they will be assisted. And the feedback we are getting from Sizakala is that people are coming, but the numbers are not that high. So as few people are coming, but they are being assisted. So we are stabilizing. Come end of June, I think we will be stable. Thank you very much.
Chair, I want to add that in this automation of invoicing, tendering process, it helps us to eliminate, fraud in our system, because the tendering system starts from the beginning, and you can see, and the person who has made an application as tendered can also see and monitor the progression of his tender. And no one would wake up one day with the information that your tender was put aside because it did not have this document, a SARS document or that document, and so on. Because if an official picks up that there is an outstanding document, he writes on the system. He writes to me and say, Cyril, you did not attach this document, and we give you this date to do so, and so forth. And you can monitor all of that. So I thought that, and then the second point is this before and after pictorial evidence that you also attach, so that you really pay for the work done. Thank you very much.
One last question that Honorable Mkhalipi raised about whether we provide counseling to the people that come after suspension or disciplinary. Kabazela, bengicela ukuthi nje qapho. Thank you.
Thank you, CM. We do. We have a face-to-face counseling, telephonic counseling. You also have an opportunity to choose. We have an external service provider that also offer counseling. I also have internal EAP practitioners as well. Every employee, either whether you are dismissed and you are reinstated, you have been suspended, or either you've been sick, we ensure that we have a return to work counseling that gets offered before the employee can continue and do the work. Not only for the employee as well, including the staff that you'll be working with, because some will find that they were also witnesses in your case and so forth. So that's why we also offer counseling to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhalipi. I indulge you a lot. Thank you. Chair, do you have any?
Yeah. What time is it?
It's half past 9.
You have a serious problem with time. So I want to suggest, she's overruling me. Okay, let me start with a bit of a disclaimer that we didn't quite coordinate all the preparations for this meeting, so you will notice that there were certain questions that were asked beforehand and you provided information. There are a few that we have that we didn't have the chance to do the same. So we would not insist that we must get all those details now, but we'll need to ask for a bit of time so you can share some of the information back to us. But you can respond now, because I think they would involve us having quite a bit of engagement as such. So that's one thing. You know, Honorable Mayor, you're getting a bit surprised that there are some cases that just seem to keep popping back, coming up and again, and you just wonder why. But you'll also notice that different members raise the same issue. Now, let me also explain it this way. We've got groups here, we've got two committees here, SCOPA and COCTA. As a rule, we're all public representatives, so information comes to us. It comes in a form of a gossip or a WhatsApp or an email, and in some instances even come in form of affidavits with exhibits of what, proof of what people are alleging. So ever since we've been coming to visit eThekwini, we get followed by lots of information. We don't have enough time to sit with you to go through all of that. So that's why you see the members, they keep coming. So now, some of the questions that are a bit of a challenge for us are instances where we get information and we ask a question and the answer does not seem to make sense to us. And it keeps having to be asked in different ways. And you'll hear when I raise some of the issues, because the same question, you think you've answered it, but in fact, it doesn't quite come out as an answer. It comes out somehow differently. So what I'm going to request, you just make notes of these. You will respond on those, but I'm going to request, Chairperson, that at least some of the information we're going to request, if we say in about 10 to 14 days we can get some of the information back, then we can deal with that kind of engagement from there. So the first of the issues I want to deal with is the issues that we have discussed, Mayor, and that is the issue of the floods. Now, there was a very traumatizing media report. One was called SABC Cutting Edge. It was entitled "Dumped and Forgotten." And if you go to the Google, you can actually get it back on YouTube. And these are people who are in Ward 7 in Chongweni, were put in right in the middle of a bush, Ehlanzeni, and they've got pictures of mambas and cobras going in between and so on. So they seem to have been, people victims of floods, and then there's no water, no housing, and so on. You did explain to me what you do, but I want to put it on record because the matter did become a bit of a public discussion, and it kept coming back. And I think it would be good for you to just clear the air and to just explain a little bit on that one. But on the same issue of the floods, and I'm going to leave this, and hopefully you can respond now, or you might want to challenge me to give you details later if you think I should, and you have a thing. Are you aware of allegations of fraud where on the issue of disaster funds, there are contractors who would have made claims for disaster restoration, but having not actually built houses, and having also probably had claims of ghost beneficiaries in a way. you know. So there's just a question. We'll have time to discuss that if we have to, but you can just give us an answer. You know, you don't know. If there's something you know that you can tell us, but if you don't, it's fine. We'll have time to talk about it when we've got additional time for engagement, which would not be now. The second one is my other issue that I've raised with the mayor. We're still not happy with your billing system. On the one side, I had a case of a specific Professor Reddy who actually put up a parallel pump to monitor the movement of the water. And me and you have been discussing it. I just want to say to you, Mayor, please go and look at this issue again. I'm still not comfortable. I know exactly what's happening, but there's still a lot of concern from that side. The other one is Mrs. Kunene, wife of Professor Mazesi Kunene, an author, a poet, well-accomplished citizen of eThekwini, whose house was turned into a museum, and it looks like the family was now carrying both the museum and the family side, and the electricity bills have gone completely out of control. And me again and yourself have shared the information. So it's not so much just your assurance you look into it again, but I would suggest that you get people to go in there, look at it, because I think the issue of the museum becomes a bit of a challenge. Then then there are other issues which are very direct, and I'll also put this one on the table, and I hope we'll get a response from the city manager. If not now, maybe later, we'll have time to prepare for it. The issue is around the salary of the CFO. Now, the issue of the salary relates to a question of appointment of the CFO, at which point the CFO was appointed, at which point the CFO got approval for the salary at which he was recommended and pegged at. And that, in fact, it is possible that the salary was granted before approval, and that at the time of approval, the amount that was extra should have actually been returned to the city. Is this a true story? Is this real? Can you get more information about that? So we can talk about it. If you want further clarification, we can deal with that. The other issue relates to what one would call irregular expenditure that would have been occasioned by the recent Constitutional Court case that we have had to deal with, and the concern here being that this court case has landed up with a huge bill of over 50 million, when in fact it was originally lower. It was about 20 million, 22 million or something like that. And the question really would have been the issue of the legal opinion that actually decided on taking the matter to the point of doubling the cost, what actually happened in this case. And the question really being, was there a legal opinion? Has it been reported as irregular? And is there any consequence management around that? Again, if I don't expect that you will have all the answers now, but I do expect that you will then be able to share that information with us and bring it back. Then we can have a proper and decent conversation at that point. Then there is also another allegation around the appointment at the CIIU, and in this case, the allegations are around an irregular process and also the appointment of a specific individual. I can't give you the name, but because we are talking at this level, I won't give the name now, but I can just share that separately. But it is also alleged that this individual was appointed with a specific contract timelines, and then somewhere along the lines there was a break on the contract. On the one side, the individual was granted a leave, whilst in fact the contract had lapsed. So it does become a bit of a complex matter. so I would have to give you a name so you can deal with it. But the other aspect of it relates to the salary. That the first bit of the salary was another figure, and soon thereafter the figure was doubled, and then the salary was increased. And again, because we don't want to use the names as flippantly, I would just give you the name at a certain point, but it would be important because the allegation goes further to indicate that there were certain irregular contracts that are associated with the appointment of this particular individual. Then the other matter, again, has been raised by 2 or 3 members here, and one of the members raised it because it was in the media. It's a Bless Joe issue. Now, we'd just like to know a bit more. What happened here was, in fact, it actually was on the media. Allegation of the threats from the city manager, it's quite a thing, but it was on the media. I can provide that for you, but it would be good to get the explanation. And again, I'm not convinced that of what I've said so far, there's enough time to even answer all of those issues. But it's good to prepare so we can come back. There have been also talks of affidavits that came from CIIU. One of them was also supposedly made. In fact, it's even got a case number of the allegations where there was a report in this case. I'm going to avoid giving names out at this point as to who would have done the allegation, but I can show that to you so you can give us more information. Then a separate issue is something which is a question, but a question with subsequent other questions if the answer is yes or if the answer is no. The question is about the municipality having armored vehicles. And the question is whether we do this, does the city have armored vehicles or not? And if it is, then of course, can we share the policy? Can we have the cost of this? Can we have the approval by council? And can we have who's allocated to that and all of that? And that kind of information would be useful. So it will all emanate from, when we meet, we'll talk about it. But the question for now is, do we have those, and can we get them kind of prepared information for us? There was also another issue that related to CIIU of a manager who was kind of unceremoniously removed. When I say unceremoniously, obviously that's their feeling, and accused of having not having the minimum, not meaning the minimum academic requirements for the position. And this was in supply chain management side. But the question really was, it seems that someone who has been more than 40 years, almost 40 years in the department, in the municipality. And so that raises a bit of a question. So it's a bit confusing to us that such a case seemed to have been initially a dismissal, but later, no, it's actually early retirement, but also there's bargaining issues involved. So these are the issues that don't go away. They keep coming back to us, and therefore we have to just close that issue. The members have spoken about the Kwanza case. I won't go into that. There's a bit more into it. But just for example, the Mageu, because it's been raised, again, we don't understand why it's got so many issues arising out of it. But in addition, the question relates to the qualification. The issue of the qualification is not, it's a question of timing of qualification versus the appointment. The story is around that. And I'm just saying that because the members have been going around asking the same question. The question is that, and the question is that there was an interview, and soon thereafter, like today interview, tomorrow you start your permanent appointment, and then the process would have been staged in such a way that it would have really waited for qualifications to be available and so on. So we need to clean up and clear those issues. Then the other issue, okay, there was an issue, the allegation of nepotism. And you've got a long report which you answered. Now the members, I think the question was asked earlier, and then you gave a long response, and MM actually summarized it, what actually is the story. And again, why is the issue not going away is because of the actual question is not whether the CFO, participated in the appointment, that her appointment predates the CFO. The issue is around the promotion in 2024. And the argument is relating to the packaging of the promotion and the packages associated. That package is seemingly linked to an appointment that was a counter offer from another state entity. That counter offer then created a revision of the salary package. Now, the approval process of that is alleged to have actually ultimately involved the CFO. So the question keeps coming up like that. I'm being direct because it sometimes makes it difficult. Why are people asking the question and it's not going out? That is actually where the question is. And I'm just putting that for you because when we clarify it, we deal with it direct, and then we can, put the matters to bed that way. The other one is the EPF Delta issue. Now, it's an old issue, but what really creates a confusion, and I'm saying this because I saw Mr. Mhlongo has been trying to respond to the question. What really creates a problem is that you've got a kind of tripartite arrangement. Delta and EPF have got an agreement, and the city and EPF have got an agreement. Delta doesn't have an agreement with city, but somewhere along the line, when the process continues, you've got EPF that does not get the payment made to them, but instead city then starts engaging Delta. So that is what is difficult to understand. So you then say, but we answered the question, it doesn't make sense how it happened. Maybe the way to resolve it is to let's get that legal advice that gave the city the approach to say you can leave the company that you've got an agreement with and go and deal with the one that the company is contracted to, because they own the buildings and so. But when the agreement between EPF and Delta happened, it was in any case known that EPF does not own, but it was Delta. So that is the issue where some of the issues arose. I'm just highlighting a few of the issues mainly because a lot of these have arisen here. I won't waste your time with more things and so on, but when we get more time, then we can go through a lot of these and deal with them. My point is that it would be good for you to go into more specific details when you prepare for an engagement on these issues, because we will then be engaging, because we're only just highlighting. But if you give us information, it doesn't make sense. We're now bound to actually say, but we have got this other understanding of what the problem is. Now, how do you explain this one? Can you just take us through so we understand how we got to this and how we got to that? That's the nature of the discussion. So, Chairperson, I'm not insisting on responses here. I'm simply serving a kind of notice to say, can we prepare information so we can talk about these issues? But I don't think we've got enough time for us to answer all of them. So I leave it in your hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me put it this way. As far as the Honourable Chair's questions, I think if there are of those matters that you feel you can dispense with here, please do so. If there are those that on which you, in fact, let me start here. Is there anything from what the Chair has said that you need clarity on?
Thank you, Chair. There's no clarity. We will go and prepare the report and engage further with further facts.
Okay, so you will, so in other words, you will make written submissions. Okay, is that okay, Chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just need to agree as to when. I think if we say about 10 to 14 days, we can get the response. We'll set up the date.
I think end of next week. Would that be fine? By way of getting the submissions. In the meantime, we talk about when we meet again. So is that fine? Does that work for you?
Chair, you still want us back here?
No, not necessarily. We might come to you. So the two committees will have a discussion amongst ourselves, and then we decide exactly how we.
Chair,
Chair,
we want to see the water tankers, Chair.
Oh.
There's one question that Dr. Mkhize raised. It's on the Shongweni, Ward 7 transit camp. It's 17 families. Yeah, 17 families. Those are flood disaster victims of 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And they were on carte blanche at some point. And you brought that matter to my attention, yes. And it's receiving attention, Dr. Mkhize. As we speak now, a service provider has been appointed to build TRUs, transitional residential units, yeah. And just to try and ameliorate their situation. And a plan would be put in place to build them permanent houses. I think it was explained earlier on that we have a number of transit camps in the city. I thought there were 23. Pato mentioned 42 now. And it's as a result of this series of floods in the city. And in last year alone, we had 2 floods in February and 2 floods in March. There were, in each case, they were 2 weeks apart. And they brought a lot of displacement, damage to our infrastructure, and so on. So each time when there's storm brewing in Durban, you know that it may result to displacement. And that displacement may then occasion another transit camp. But we are trying to deal with this situation. As we speak, this week, we are relocating 113 families who are flood victims and to Konopia, and 113 this week. And in the coming weeks, we'll be relocating about 104. And by the end of the year, would have relocated close to 400 families who are flood victims. We are trying. The resources are limited, but we can't leave people in the state that they are in. And in some cases, there's a case that the AG picked up where a transit camp had remained so for many years. And is a matter that we really need to deal with. I thought I should just deal with this point. Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhize.
No, thank you very much. So what I'm going to do is I am going to ask some follow-up questions, because there were some matters that we were discussing earlier, and they were left a bit hanging. Some of them are erased. And then we didn't complete on them. So, do you recall that a question from Honorable Isaac about it is always awkward for me discussing people's salaries, but I need us to clear this up. Do you recall when I said both of you are correct? He was quoting a figure and you were quoting a figure, CFO, and then I said both of you are correct, and it's because it was other benefits that went up. I think the car allowance went up by 28%. There was something else, but in the result, the actual increase to the total package was over 20%. Thereabouts, I think, or somewhere thereabouts. I just want to understand, what happened there. So that we can explain this number, the difference between the 5-something million and the base and the total package as reported. Are you able to assist us with that?
Can I allow please, to assist?
No, thank you. Let me just explain the salary of the city manager. The one that was quoted was not correct, about 5-something million. Yes, the about 5 million. 5.3. Yes. What happened? There was the waiver application that was made. And then the fact that he had to be back paid for that period when it was approved. I think that was the time where AG might have asked for the salary at the time. The salary that was used actually include the back pay. His actual salary is 4.2, if I'm not mistaken, which is lesser, not that 5.3. Basically, that included an allowance for 1 month because it was a back payment. That's what happened at that time. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Chair?
Sorry, yeah?
Just quickly, I want to check, because I assume AG would have looked at their financial statements. And in the financial statements, it is required that city manager's salary is disclosed, every component of it. How is it that they did not pick that?
Now, let me assist Honorable Matun. So it is disclosed. And Honorable Isaac's number is actually from the financials as well. And it is because it is broken into subcomponents that the issue arises. It's totally explainable, by the way. It's not complicated. We just need you to assist us, right? So I just don't have the page now with me, but it's got annual remuneration, it's got car allowance. The car allowance from year prior went up from 794 to 1062. Right. So there was a car allowance that went up. Then there were performance bonuses. I think that's self-explanatory. Cell phone allowance, contributions to UIF, other allowances, subsistence, leave caching, back pay. I'm mentioning this to assist in the explanation. So it's not for lack of disclosure. It's not a secret. The only thing we need is just for you to explain. That's all. Is that fine? Does that make sense? Okay.
I just want to mention what we just mentioned now is once-off payment. Leave encashment, you only sell leave once where you can encash it. It's a maximum of 8 days that you can encash. It's a once-off pay. Same with the performance bonus is also a once-off pay as well. It's not a continuous pay. I do have a...
No, we know. So the difference is between prior year and the year under reporting. So nothing about continuous. All the honorable member was asking is explain the difference between prior year and the year under review. You understand? So if, for instance, the explanation is the city manager decided to cash his leave that year, that explanation suffices. So don't panic. Just answer it like that.
In other words, you have answered the question. Yes, so don't continue to answer.
So okay, so that was the one thing. The second thing is I just wanted to get an understanding on this issue involving the CFO and his personal person, right? And I'm going to ask questions that to orientate myself, because I just want to test some principal issues, right? So I don't have inside information here. The only question I want to ask is, do they work in the same division? Because it would then help me understand the probability of, fears of nepotism. That's, yeah.
Chairperson, they work in the same cluster.
Okay, just assist. What does that mean here?
A cluster is a combination of about 5 or 6 units, those that we call directorates, that have heads. Then below that you have divisions and so on. So out of the total staff component of about 1,800, she's one of them in the cluster that the CFO leads.
Okay, so basically she works under the CFO, in simple English.
No, Chair. Well, yeah. You can look at it that way, yes.
I am coming there. So she works in the same area as the CFO. What is your policy as the Metro in such instances? For instance, I used to work for a car manufacturing company. If people work in the same division, where one was senior, got into a relationship, there was nothing wrong with that. They could declare it, but one would move to another division where the conflict or appearance of conflict does not exist. So at the level of principle, what is your policy as the city with regards to such instances? Do you have one?
Itimkis, can you please explain?
No, thank you. We do have a policy. It's very clear there shall be no supervisor-subordinate relationship. And then there shall be no approval of any documents between people who are related as well. That especially which has to do with the human resources part, like promotion, things like that, or even financial related matters and so forth. But we do have a policy.
Okay, and that policy has not been broken here.
At this stage, there is no supervisor-subordinate relationship. What our mayor was explaining, that there are 2 levels in between.
No, you are now contradicting your city manager on our earlier conversation about him having the power to appoint people. It's either that's the case or it's not. You can't have it both ways. Do you get me? Do you remember that exchange where he said he's the one who hires, basically who ultimately signs? You remember that? Okay, that is a point of principle, which means city manager and every other appointment in the organization, whether 1, 2, or 3 levels down, ultimately is his. It would appear that in the case of the CFO, the same principle applies. I mean, let's not play games here, right? I'm asking you, in terms of your interpretation of your own policy, do you believe you are still adhering to its spirit and letter under that circumstance?
Chairperson, I reported that he recused himself from participating and or signing in any of the documents pertaining to that appointment.
No, I'm not asking that question. I am asking what your policy says. I didn't hear the word recuser when your colleague was explaining how this policy works. I started at the point of policy because I want to deal with principles here. So, is it that the person has to recuse themselves, or is it that you don't want a supervisor-subordinate relationship? So not to undermine the members, but let us assume we're in a working relationship, right? And some of them report to one another. I'm the ultimate supervisor of all of them. You understand? That's a principle. So in this particular case, why are you comfortable with this situation?
Chairperson, I'm relying on the fact that even though they work together, but the CFO recused himself from signing a document that relates to the appointment of his wife. I know how it turned into a recusal because when I had this thing first time around, did he sign in any of the documents? Did he participate in any of the interviews? The answer I received, and when I checked the document, is that he didn't. Now, if the policy limits a conflict of interest in a direct a supervisor-subordinate relationship, this doesn't happen in this particular case. On the basis of those three aspects, I felt that there was no conflict of interest, Chairperson.
I want to propose that there is. So let's use a different example. Do you have a performance bonuses, performance incentives, let me put it like that, in the city?
Yes, we do, Chairperson.
Okay, let us take CFO out of this equation. Let's use another role altogether. Does the head, his peer in another division, do they have any say in moderating that performance, those performance awards in the ordinary course? In other words, would you have a situation where one employee has received an outsized bonus and the head of that division doesn't have a say in it? Or is there any level of moderation of those matters by an appropriate executive?
So do you mean the executive below?
So let me simplify, right? So let us say, and I don't know what the other executive roles are, but let us say, the chief operating officer, if that is the case. Let us say that, right? When the senior managers below the chief operating officer allocate, they themselves are allocated bonuses, and then they also allocate bonuses to their subordinates, right? Ultimately, the head of the division has to be satisfied that the principles have been applied correctly, etc., and that there are no anomalies where one employee has received 3 times more than anybody else in the division, etc. So that would appear to be a normal supervisory oversight role by an executive over their division, right? Do you do that sort of thing? The reason I'm asking this question is that if that sort of thing happens, you can't have somebody who continually recuses themselves from their normal executive functions because there is a relative that works in the same division. It paralyzes them. Do you understand? It does. There will always be things that escalate to that person, which gives rise to why does that situation exist? So I'll just offer my opinion in this, and that is, you have allowed a situation where, absent of any accusations of impropriety, you have created a situation where you constantly probably have fears of favoritism. That even the manager who oversees his wife has apprehensions about what happens when they apply proper managerial oversight over that person. And I'm not even placing any accusation on the table yet. You understand the situation, and I'm wondering why that situation is being allowed to persist. I mean, I take nothing away from anyone in terms of their professional capability. Which is why I'd like you to please help me then with the policy again.
I wanted to come in before they respond.
Right.
That's why maybe my light has been on for quite some time. Chair, I would like actually to be direct with the city manager, because it's my chairperson that we're discussing the issue of the CFO. And you'll find that there are some here in this meeting that are also that are also conflicted on the matter. Can the manager declare whether he knows that actually the matter that is being discussed does not only affect the CFO? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so in other words, are there any other similar cases? I'm going to leave this now, but I just want a proper understanding of the policy. But there is a supervisor-subordinate relationship here.
Just a small clarity, Chair. Is the partner not a member of the BAC, which reports direct to the CFO?
All right, Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the reason why earlier on I would have asked the number of BACs and the number of BECs is because I initially, when this matter came to me, I identified a conflict of interest. Here's why. The wife sits in the BEC. The husband is the chairperson of BEC. So the wife recommends to the husband.
Okay, let me just, firstly, let's just ask them to clarify whether this is so or not, so what the real situation is, so that we're on the same page, operating on the same facts, but I get the
No,
point.
we will check go further to make an examples.
No, I just want them to clarify the BAC. Are they both on the BAC, or one is on the BEC and the other is on the BAC? Okay. You can clarify us.
BEC and BEC. The wife is on the BEC. The husband, is, according to the Act, is supposed to be chairing BAC.
Okay. All right. Can you just, I don't want us to get to too many questions. Can you just assist us with those so that I can move to something else if there are no outstanding issues?
Chairperson, if it is appropriate, ngizocela ukuthi at some stage ngoba ukhona akangene achaza ngwazi ama rules of the thing of the house ukuthi athini. But nako ebengifisa ukucacisa ukuthi in the example that you have made a chairperson of moderating the schools, his wife reports to the director. The director is the one that will moderate the schools. And they don't go for her level, a deputy director, they don't go above that to somebody higher than the director. But I'm answering this in my mind, bearing your analysis that, and which is the point I'm still going to apply myself with the input that I've just received now. Through these deliberations. So it still doesn't go to him, the CFO. It ends at the director level. So without the benefit of hindsight, when I looked at this particular case, I still didn't see the actual conflict of interest. The honorable member is making it sound so severe that they are sitting there and passing on from one committee. The BAC reports to the city manager.
Now, let's start with
Doesn't go to him.
which structures do they serve on, the two of them, relating to procurement? Is the wife on either on the BEC or BAC at all? Because I don't know the facts of this. So let's start there.
She's in the BEC.
She's in the BEC.
Yes.
The BEC then makes recommendations, obviously, to the BAC, which is chaired by the CFO. BAC, Bid Adjudication Committee. So the wife is on the Bid Evaluation Committee, is that correct?
The wife is on the bid evaluation committee.
Correct. And then after the Bid Evaluation Committee is the Bid Adjudication Committee. The Bid Adjudication Committee is normally chaired by the Chief Financial Officer.
In this particular case, can we give him a chance because it is not exactly like that? I plead, Chairperson.
Okay, so who chairs it? I'm just trying to establish whether there's a conflict or not in this instance. Yeah, help me.
No, thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the SCM policy, we've got the BEC, which is made up of a representative from finance, from legal, from SCM, and also from technical departments. And as part of the BEC for infrastructure and the others, she is a member. And as you know, the BEC is responsible for evaluating tenders and making recommendations to BAC for either final approval or further recommendations to the accounting officer. So the bid adjudication committee, I'm not part of it. I've never been part of it. However, back in before I left the organization, I was a member of a BAC. At that time, she was not with the municipality because at some stage she had left. I had advised her to leave at that time, but when I came back, I decided not to get into the matter because I think it's unfair that because of my presence, she must continue. She must keep looking outside. So I think the matter is a bit emotional for me. But as far as the reviews,
don't worry about the reviews. I wasn't making an accusation. I was trying to illustrate a point for principle. That nothing turns on it. You can leave it. Don't worry. There is no accusation there.
No. With respect to performance, we do have a performance management policy, and as part of that policy, there is a moderation process. As indicated, there are 2 levels below myself. So if there is she's assessed by a supervisor who reports to the director, who is the overall responsible of that directorate. So if there is a challenge with the score, then the director is then responsible to make the final ruling. So that's how the matter is being dealt with. And with respect to policy, as far as the appointment and the selection, as indicated by acting executive director, the policy says there should not be a direct reporting between the employee and the person that they are related to. So that's how the policy is worded. But I will hand over to city manager.
Okay, colleagues, I am going to leave this here, and these matters are always difficult to deal with. The reason I said I'm going to leave you with a proposition for you to consider. The proposition is this: you have, in my view, a situation of conflict, in that the person who's ultimately responsible for the finance function has a relative in the manner that we've described working underneath him. That creates all sorts of problems. Apprehensions of bias, potentially, right? It might create difficulties for the direct manager knowing who they are dealing with, etc., etc. The only thing I'm going to ask you to do, not to individualize the matter. My advice to you would be avoid such situations. That's my advice. I don't want to take it in. I don't have accusations before me to say anyone has acted improperly, but this situation, assuming it were to potentially repeat itself several times in the organization, creates lots of problems, potential. Which is why we are even talking about it today. Because if it didn't, there were no apprehensions, we wouldn't have this conversation at all. You understand? And organizations have ways of dealing with these matters such that these situations do not arise. Because now, for instance, the chair here has now mentioned other things. It arises because there are these fears. So it's a proposition I'm leaving with you, Honorable Mayor, and with you, CM, and casting no aspersions on anyone, right, at the level of principle. Thank you. You may respond.
No, thank you, Chairperson. I think we take your advice that we will obviously have to look at our policy that is possibly a gap, as you are saying. So we will look at strengthening it so that it reflects that there are all checks and balances to try to avoid situations of similar nature or any other situation that may create a perception or apprehension about whether we are dealing with the issues of conflict of interest in that particular policy, and then we'll see how we correct it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair wanted to say something. Sorry, CFO, your mic is on.
No, Chair, quite briefly. Firstly, let me get back to the issue of the CFO. He says this issue is very emotional. Now, I don't want an impression to be created that we put the CFO under pressure in this committee. We didn't ask the CFO to speak. It's the CM that asked the CFO to speak. I think this needs to be put on record because it would not be fair to bring people here and do something that might sound insensitive. And I want to put that clearly because we deal with a lot of leaders here and we have to understand the limits of what can be done, what needs to be done. I wasn't going to, excuse me, we're not going to ask the CFO to respond. You, CM, asked that he should. And therefore, when he becomes emotional and the issue is problematic, you should then take the responsibility, not this committee, not the chairperson. I want to put that on record so that we don't end up with a mixture of feelings about what this committee is all about. So I want to put that as one issue. The second issue, chairperson, is that you have asked about the policy. I think it would be good for us to be favored with a copy of your policy. And secondly, to close this matter, we need specifics now, so which means we need to give us the source documents of, let's look at those signatures and confirm there's this signature, there's no signature. Let's get those so that we can then say we know what we're talking about. Then the issue can be dealt with as a policy issue, not as an accusation which we're trying to clear in our minds. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I share the chairperson's sentiments. Honorable Kupeka, your hand has been doing this for a while.
Yes.
Oh, yes. No. Okay, no. The question about whether the situation recurs, yes. Okay, we'll answer it together with Honorable Kupeka's question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, on the issue of the CFO, we did not exhaust our questions that we had here because of time limitations. Now, there's a very big issue because we had thought that we would get a second round or a second chance to ask questions. And that issue, it's again another allegation that has been given to us with, we've got enough basically information to substantiate why there would be that issue or that allegation of an unfavorable situation between the CFO and his wife. Now, one of these things that I'm looking at here is it's titled A Closed Loop of Collusion. That's how it reads. Forensic records expose a family-run approval process designed to enrich preferred service providers. Now, when you read something like that, I think the eThekwini team will know about it. The spousal recommendation in 2022, the BEC, which included the CFO's wife, recommended awarding a tender number 1I1198 to IOCO Solutions. the CFO's signature. In a flagrant breach of ethics, the CFO himself acted as a signatory on the report that went to the BAC, providing the executive weight to authorize a 124.4 million rand tender. Now, that information, there's a lot there, Chair. It's a long thing. It's got enough paperwork to support it. So
can I propose this, because I think we there seems to be consensus that we will follow up because we will be here until 3 a.m. So can we put this in that basket of committee week oversight? Is that okay?
That's okay, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Can we, before I come to Honorable Madlala, Honorable Dolo had asked a question. Do you have other situations like this in the city? I think that was a question.
No, a question directed to me.
Well, it might be your HR colleague. I don't know. I mean, you are the city manager. It's a question. Are there other situations where there are these vertical relationships?
No, there's none that I know of. HR, but you can come in.
No, that's correct, Chair. If there will be any, we have to look at it now because of our policy, but I'm not aware of any.
All right, thank you. So the chairperson has asked that you just provide us with the policy. Again, I prefer to deal with this at the level of principle firstly, and then we look to any specifics after, but we always operate on the basis of policy and principle.
I didn't want to be specific, but can I be specific in this case now? No, Chair, I've just been informed that Mr. Pacho actually has his wife working at eThekwini as well.
Okay, so can I suggest that we do this, right? So can you provide us, can you go and have a thorough look at the organization and report to us all the instances where such is the case? Can you, CM, do we have an undertaking? You remember that information package for next Friday?
No, Chair, because I've already asked. So I think it's important that actually we get a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Because I've already asked and mentioned one of their managers who is in the meeting. I think it would be fair to have a yes or no question.
That's fine. Honorable Kubeka, can you switch off your mic? It's been on the whole time. Okay, can we get a yes or no? Is this the case with Mr. Pato?
Chairperson, ngicala nokuyizwa ngiqala uyiva. But mhlambe u-HR angalekelela njengoba de ngithi no nje bengisho ngoba ngingazi.
Sengibe direct manje ngicabanga ukuthi uphathe ukhona la endleni ngamenshina yena.
No, I'm waiting for an answer too.
Human resource noma nayo uphathe. Ngena Rich.
Yes, I think she works here in the municipality, but there's no in different departments. It's unlike the CFO issue.
Okay, so there is no vertical relationship.
Not at all.
The other one is somewhere in the reporting, in a different reporting line.
That's
okay, so the answer then is no. You don't have this conflict. Okay, what I'm trying to avoid is that the reason it might appear that I'm shutting this down is that I also know that people watch and they keep sending messages to members, including myself. What I don't want is for us now to keep reading our WhatsApps and then we keep asking questions. We'll be here until tomorrow. That is why I said, please go and do a thorough search in the organization, just because we're dealing with the policy. Send us a policy and any of those issues. I just have just two financial issues, but I understand Honorable Isaac and Honorable Beasley had specific follow-ups, and then Honorable Madlala, you've got a follow-up. I will ask Honorable Kalipi, can you just really be short? Just ask each one ask a question, and then the team will answer. And then I will ask the financial questions of the CFO in terms of the 2024-2025 reporting.
And thank you, Chair Simons. Very two quick questions. I referred earlier to proclamation number R9 of 2021, and the city manager said they haven't got that report, and that is contrary to the information that I've got. I've been told that the report was handed to you in 2023. And Chair, it's deeply concerning if the SIU are issuing reports and the city says they're not receiving them. So, yeah, I don't know. I've got information here from the presidency saying it was sent to you in 2023. So either the presidency is lying, or with all due respect, city manager, you're lying. And yeah, I'd like to know who's actually lying, because...
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Isak.
Chair, I've got another follow-up question.
Please.
So if the, yeah, but I need a response. And if the report has been received, I would like, if they can just give a written response as to the recommendations where they are. And then secondly, Chair, the issue that concerned me earlier is the issue about blacklisting. If they could send us the correspondence that they've sent to National Treasury requesting people to be blacklisting, because National Treasury always say they're not being advised. So if we can have that correspondence, Chair, of all the people that National Treasury have asked to be, the city have asked National Treasury to be blacklisted, because then we need to call National Treasury in and ask them what's going on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. No, so there's a request and there is a question. Right, so the question is, have you received this report or not? Because the presidency says you have in 2023. I think it's a straightforward question. Do you insist you haven't received the report?
Chairperson, before I do, with the enlightenment you gave us, I take serious exception to the member saying I'm lying, in full view of the members of the public. And you must understand that those reports would come from SIU and not from presidents. If my team have given me information that we haven't received those reports, you can't make an accusation of this nature and say you are lying. We haven't received them. And remember as well, Chairperson, is that this information that is looking for, we were not given prior notice that it will be required. So I'm communicating with my team now, and they are telling me that it is not there. But for him to say I'm lying, I take a serious exception, Chair.
So, see, I mean, it's not complicated. I think all that is required is for you to say to the member that you are not lying, you are telling the truth. I mean, he said either of you is lying, which means the president similarly could be. I'm not underplaying your offense. I'm just saying you can also respond to the member by saying you have never seen that report. I think that's your answer. You have never seen that response, and you are not lying. I don't think he's got much further to go on beyond that.
Chairperson, I've never seen the report. The member is lying.
No, Chair, I don't take exception to that. That's fine. But the challenge is that the SIU have done 4 investigations into eThekwini. For the city manager to sit here and say, I don't have a report that was done in 2023 is absolutely nonsense. And I would say it's garbage, and we deserve better than that, because it's incomprehensible that the SIU can do a report that everybody's got the report, but the city doesn't have the report. Do they not care?
All right, can I just ask here, before temperatures get boil over? So out of this proclamation, where did you leave matters with the SIU city manager and executive mayor? What was the last you heard of the matter? Is investigation complete? Because as I understand, the SIU updates the entity at which it is conducting an investigation on a regular basis, right? That would be so. That's my understanding of how it works. So what was the last that you heard of where the investigation is?
Chairperson, there are 4 SIU investigations. I can't call them by the number, proclamation R what, which he has. There was one investigation that was done on Phoenix infill. I have the confirmation from the SIU that that report was not given to the city, Phoenix infill. The report by honorable member may be referring to the report that was leaked by the complainant, which we also received from another political party, a particular doctor whose name I'm not going to mention. I don't know why is he saying it is the president. If he doesn't understand government, the president does not issue those reports directly to the municipalities. It's the SIU.
Okay, I've got this letter in question, so I'd like to read it to you. The letterhead is the president's letterhead, so that we don't go around in circles. So let's settle this right here. So the letter is written by Ms. Nombongo Zwelibanzi, Chief Director, Office of the Chief Operations Officer, date 29 September 2025, right? And the proclamation is proclamation number R9 of 2021. So that might be helpful. So that's a proclamation in question. The letter reads to say, it's got 3 points in total. So I'll read the one that is in question because a member is not grabbing this from thin air. After consideration by the president, the SIU report was dispatched to the municipal manager of the municipality on 31 August 2023, together with a referral letter setting out the recommendations made by the SIU. So I have the letter. The member is not making this up. I think the reason the member is incredulous is that there is such positive assertions are made by the presidency which appear to have disappeared into the ether. And that's why the member can't believe it. Do you understand? I can finish you with the letter. This is why the member is incredulous then.
So to whom was that letter addressed?
The letter was addressed to, no, I think it's a law firm actually, Phoenix Civics Incorporated.
They were responding to an inquiry.
They might have been responding to an inquiry, but the point is the presidency has written a letter to say we have dispatched the letter, and I've just read it to you. So no one is grabbing things out of thin air here. But I accept that this is something we might then need to clear up with the presidency as to why they would give false information.
Chairperson, I really would like to see that particular letter.
We will send it to you. It's not a problem.
Because, Chairperson, I'm talking about the report where the SIU would basically say, this is how far we have investigated. We are referring these ones to you to continue with the disciplinary action. Here is the complete report. The letter to the law firm and so on, I would have to understand the context. Why was it given to the city manager?
No, sure. And that's not, I think you're missing the point. The presidency, in its letter of response, claims that in a separate correspondence, they sent it to you, you being the city. Right? They claim that. And Honorable Beasley is saying, if you didn't get, you being the city, if you didn't get this report, then the presidency in this letter was not telling the truth. The two cannot be true at the same time. You do accept that.
That's why, Chairperson, I'm actually sure that we didn't receive the report.
We can resolve it later.
There would have been follow-up actions that would have been expected of us, and those would have come from SIU.
CM, I mean, we can't resolve this here. It's clear to me that you didn't get it. It never reached you, right? The president is making this assertion. It's simple. We'll furnish you with a letter. We will also, through the secretariat here, make further inquiries with the presidency that are they certain that they sent this report? Could they send us the correspondence, which they usually are willing to do, to show us that something was sent, and then we can resolve it at another time. Okay. Honorable Beasley, is that fine? Okay, I don't want to accuse anyone of lying here in the committee. Okay, so Honorable Isaac, do you still have a follow-up or not anymore?
Absolutely, I do, Chairperson, and I waited very patiently for my opportunity. Okay, so I'm going to grab it. So, Chairperson, this morning, you would recall, you raised the issue on the SIU report this morning, okay? And then it was blatantly put to us by the city manager that he's not aware of the SIU report. They've never seen the SIU report. And correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm saying. Now that we've delved into the SIU issue, so I want to do a follow-up on an issue within the city, and I'd like to hear your response. Again, it's regarding the SR 180 properties. It's known as the SR 180 properties in Phoenix. Okay? Now, you must be aware of this because the SIU found that some 29 properties in Phoenix were irregularly transferred to private individuals and developers, okay? And it recommended that those deals be cancelled in entirety, okay? And that those developers that you had given them to be blacklisted. And I'm saying this slowly so you can digest it, in case you want to make notes. So now the question arises is that the city has, however, not implemented the SIU recommendations of 2021 at all. People are, in fact, beginning to break ground there. And you must be aware of this. So the question arises, and my colleague Tim Broderswood has raised this in the province on a number of occasions. It's very simple, City Manager. Why is the city not then implementing the recommendations of the 2021 SIU report? That is all. You're aware of what I'm speaking about? Kindly enlighten the committee on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mzala. No, there was a question. There are two questions. Are you out?
Is the city manager shocked? What is it?
Did you hear CM?
No, Chairperson.
No, okay, good. So we're going to get a concrete answer.
No,
What is it that is shocking about what he's saying? Because I still stand that the report I've not seen the report from the SIU that has been delivered to us. However, what they do is that in between as they continue to investigate, they say here are the referrals that you can continue to work on. For example, in this particular matter, they gave us two referrals. As they continue to investigate, they gave us two referrals and said, deal with those two officials and discipline them. But the total report has not come. So what I'm doing now, I'm checking with my team if in the middle of the presentation, were there any specific referrals that they gave us that we must deal with? And that is why I'm keeping quiet. I'm waiting for my team to report, but I still stand on that. We have not received this report, Honorable Chair.
No, so I think...
Sorry, Chair, I apologize.
I have accepted your answer, CM, in that respect, okay? And we've said that we will iron it out after the meeting, right? We will also make inquiries with the presidency. I think there is a specific issue that I know Honorable Isaac started with the matter of this report and then moved to actually an issue that I think you need to address, which relates to these properties. I remember the investigation where the property, it was land actually in particular, where the land was flipped basically, and that the SIU said that these deals need to be cancelled, etc. But his understanding is that the recovery of the monies and so on has never happened. I don't want to repeat the question for him, but could you, in your answer, just leave the report, just ignore it now, and just deal with that matter?
sorry, through you, Chair. So you can just confirm if, I mean, they are aware of what we call these SR 180 properties in Phoenix, right? And the 29 properties in question.
Yeah. That, just deal with that, leave the report.
As a town planner, I do understand that there are special residential properties that happen, but I don't have a detail that would say this is what has actually happened to those particular properties. Now, what I'm waiting my team to respond on is whether in the course of the investigation, did they make that referral? And you know, Chairperson, I think the challenge, if I can see an SIU report that was given to us, but I heard you when you said we mustn't talk about it. But what I'm saying is they refer certain things to us that are within our powers. They refer certain things to NPA. So I'm therefore checking with my team if insofar as those things that he's saying is checking, were we ever receive those referrals or not?
Can I ask a question, and not of you, of the honourable member? Are you certain it was the SIU, not the AG? Because I remember this case.
Chair.
And in my mind's eye sees an AG template in the information. I might be mistaken.
Chair, I can confirm that it was an SIU report in 2021, and the city was asked to cancel these transactions and to blacklist those developers. And then, just to clarify what the city manager said, it's not residential properties, sir. Please go and do your homework. It's specifically referring to properties that are for parks and recreation facilities which have now been transferred. So you can quantify, and as Chairperson says, you can then give us facts.
CM, do you have a recollection of these properties? Because I also don't want us to talk past each other.
Chairperson, I just wanted to register something that I've been talking about. My team is coming back saying no blacklisting was recommended to be undertaken by the seat. Honorable member, I'm a town planner. SR refers to special residential. It's a zoning code. So there's no homework I need to make. But so what I'm basically saying, Chairperson, I can go back and ask for that report and check where was this referral made, but certainly it was not made to us.
Yes, please.
Yeah, regards to this thing of the SIU report, which is now is a dispute between the municipality and the member here. So it was one of the documents that were given here in this committee. So I just want to check with you, what was the purpose of us as members to have this report while the municipality does not have that information?
Which report is this now?
Yeah, it's part of the documents. Under KZN is eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality, area focus, maladministration in respect of the provision of water and sanitation. Is there on the document?
No, hang on. Just tell me where is it from? Is it one of our briefing documents or
Yes.
is it an SIU?
Yes, SIU.
It's an SIU report.
Yes. But now the confusion is that the municipality is not aware, but we're supposed also to engage them. It's just because I didn't have time, because now I was interested in this SIU report.
No, when we get given reports by the SIU, this is the very first time ever that an entity has appeared here and they are not aware of any. It's never happened before. This is the first time. So I really do not expect an entity to not know. But that's why, Honorable Isaac, because these presentations are done in public, the SIU comes here, they do the presentation. But it appears that everybody has the information except the seat. No, I'm serious. So let's leave it here, CM. Let's wait until you've got the full report. Because honestly, I also know in the same way that with Honorable Beasley, I knew he was not getting it from thin air. I remember this. It's just that I might not remember the specific detail, but the allegation was one of flipping the property, right? Of flipping the land. Basically, you get it on the cheap, you then change the purpose for which you are going to use it, and you on-sell it and you make millions. That was the accusation by the SIU at the time. My expectation is the SIU nonetheless continues to update you as you were saying. So it's just strange to me that we would sit here and you have no idea.
Chairperson, this is a public platform, as I always say this. I never said we've got no idea that SIU is investigating the infill project in Phoenix. I never said that. We've met with them on this particular project more than 5-6 times. So I do know that there are many aspects that they were investigating: the land grab, the payment of some officials by some of those developers. They were also investigating, if my memory serves me well, something that has got to do with converting parks into a community parks sports ground into residential. All those facts I know. I don't want to go on record as saying that the SIU investigated and we don't know nothing. Where I differ with one honorable member is that
No. Before you go there, you were onto something. So you are actually capable of answering Honorable Isaac's question. Can we just take that to its so you know about the specific question is there were recommendations in that report, right? In the regular reporting. So they recommended at some point that, right. So the question is, do you recall such a recommendation? If you do, what was your posture? What have you done about it? If you haven't done anything, why haven't you done anything? Let's leave Honorable Beasley because it keeps distracting us from the question.
Chairperson, when they update you, they tell you that the preliminary investigation is revealing A, B, C, D, E. So in those sessions that they were doing with us, they were telling us which direction is the investigation going. And they were telling us that we are going to recommend this one to NPA, we are going to recommend this one in different places. But what I'm saying, Chair, please hear me out, is that we have never received those recommendations because we are waiting for the report, a complete report, which we are saying we haven't received. So it's not that I don't know about the report. I've actually been updated by SIU on a regular basis.
Okay, so the part you never got is the recommendation, so you don't have that. Okay, well, Honorable Isaac, we will also clear that out with the SIU. Okay, I need to finish the follow-up questions. Honorable Skosana is giving me killer looks because we've been here a long time. Honorable Marshall.
No, thank you, Chair. I think because we also seem to be taking the tune that we'll have a follow-up, maybe of submission of reports even before the oversight visit. Maybe let me add some few things because some of the questions were not answered fully, but also I think we don't want to appear as if we're ambushing eThekwini, especially for the information that was not requested. We don't want you to end up lying and then you'll have criminal cases because it's not permissible. So we'll request additional information, but let me just ask one question because on the spreadsheet that you gave us about water tankers, number 10, you've got a Setombile company. You've attached to that the details of a supplier, CSD number, and so forth. But when it comes to the Setombile, which is number 10, the last page, you say it's no CSD record. That is what your document says. It says it means there's no record of owner, no record of registration, nothing. That is, and it can't come before us, and we don't say anything about it. It says you don't have any records of this Setombile who received about 41 million from the breakdown of amounts. So maybe just clarify that part for us because it's your document and we can't leave it hanging. But maybe as part of the package of the issues that you may not necessarily respond to today and now is a follow-up on the question that I had raised with respect to the CFO responded in terms of his relations with Bonakute. Maybe if CFO also you're not in a position because it relates to another person who's not here, it's quite okay. We may subject some matters to CIU and all of that, because the bulk of the question spoke to the relations your family has with the other family. It contained allegations that needed to be tested around whether there were certain personal trips that were taken and all of that. It was a bulk question. You only responded that you know him as a worker, as a former colleague who's worked with the municipality, and you confirmed that you have worked for the company. You did not confirm for the other half, and would accept that if you are not in a position to, because that's not directed to you. But also further follow-up questions that I would like you guys to provide a report, us with a report on, relates to, I have a confusion about this housing project, Nanda Stop 8 project. You see, every time I get explanations, I really get confused, because the HSA sat here and said millions have been spent, 3 houses were built. We were shocked. We almost fell off our chairs. Now, the last time we met with the HSA, they are starting to give us saying, no, people are being allocated, there's movement. And we are not getting what, in plain Zulu or in plain layman's, language, how did we get 2 million spent and 3 houses built? At that time, there could be a recovery process that now, addresses the matters and so forth and so on. So just give us don't make it too long. We did see the feedback in terms of the report now, but that's what we wanted, and that's what I would like to hear. Second to that, which would be the last one, there's quite a lot of issues. The issue of Metro, the recruitment in the metropolis space. I did not ask questions on it because I saw that there was a line there which says there is a CID investigation that's going. So the interest will just be to know the terms of reference of that CID report and when can we expect it, anticipatedly. Then we'll deal with other issues as we go along. So we don't expect that information now, but if we can be guided so that we can know if it's going to touch on some of the issues that have been on a public concern and so forth and so on. The last issue is the issue of sexual harassment allegations. It's been on the papers as well. That's why I'm concerned about it. Relating to Elungisa Msia, a senior manager, I think somewhere in the finance unit. Allegedly, the disciplinary process is now ongoing. However, the employee was not suspended, despite the CID report, which suggested that there's a prima facie cause for a case and there should be disciplinary processes on such a serious allegation. However, there was no removal to different capacity or there was no suspension, allegedly. So it's the sensitivity of such kind of issues that would like the municipality to take us into confidence and the public around how they are addressed. Thank you, Chair.
All right, so you've noted all of those, right? All right. Honorable Kupeka, do you also have a list of things that must be provided?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the water tankers, I just want to know, over how many years was this money paid to these contractors? Because we've just got the contractor name and amount.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the things I was going to ask them to provide, because if they can, the service provided, because it's clearly over time. Yes. So just tell us
over how long?
Break it down by year, yeah.
And then on the same one, Chair, I just want to know, how do they calculate how to pay these trucks? If a truck is going to Nanda and one is going to Mlazi, a distance of 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, what is the CPK? The CPK is a cost per kilometer that they use to allocate and say, okay, this truck will be paid this much, this truck will be paid this much. And then just lastly, Chair, I don't remember the gentleman sitting on my far right here. That issue with that contract or that housing project was it in Nanda that we were talking about? Etaflane, yes. Could we get the numbers there in detail? Because he did try to explain that, again, we didn't get a chance to look into that. I would like to interrogate that one further. If you could possibly tabulate that this is how much was paid here, when, and for what. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. You've noted all of those, right? Okay. I'm going to end this meeting now.
Chair, Chair, sizacela on the report, the mayor that would have conducted on the sexual harassment. Because I think the question did not get answered to what we wanted to know. Because if it was appointed through quotation, can we get those quotes? And then can we get the terms of references as well that were given to the advocate? Thanks.
All right, I just want to say to the members, so my colleague Denzel here and system are writing all of these furiously so that we can also formulate a letter to the municipality. So I just want to say, let's take one basically request, but the secretariat is available to put on paper things that the municipality should send to us.
Now, Chair, just one issue. Maybe when the legal department responds on some of those issues, but I would like them to respond on one issue. The issue of the lawyer. I think it's Mr. Advocate Satene, when he was appointed, they must just tabulate the requirements, or maybe what they required, or the brief, and actually why Mr. Satene, because I was not convinced. He mentioned that Mr. Satene, one of the reasons why they appointed him is because it's based in Joburg. But I knew Mr. Satene a long time ago in Durban. I knew him long time ago in Durban, working at Kwanaloka, now Salka, working in Pietermaritzburg, Mukungundlovu. So, which means actually, if that was the requirement of appointing Mr. Satene, but he's staying in KwaZulu-Natal. It was based in KwaZulu-Natal. So, which means actually, the thing that actually they were avoiding in terms of appointing a lawyer from Durban or Pietermaritzburg doesn't work for me, because Mr. Satene has been working for Kwanaloka, working in Mukungundlovu a couple of years ago.
Thanks, Honorable Mtolo. So I didn't understand the executive mayor to be saying from outside KZN. I understood him to be saying from outside the municipality. But I think that one might be dealt with quickly. So that's what I understood outside to mean. But I don't want to put words in your mouth, colleagues. Was that understand? I didn't hear Joburg in the answer, but I might not have been listening. Was it you, sir, who was explaining? So you said outside, right? Did you mean Joburg? Because I think that can be cleared quickly. I understood you to be saying not from the municipality.
Yes, I did say that, and I also said it's from Joburg.
Okay, but what I think the key thing is, what did you, the substantive term here is outside. What does outside mean? Outside the municipality.
Yes, I did I used Durban, who's not from Durban.
Oh, I see. Okay, so all right.
And
so
I also mentioned that he's from Joburg.
Okay, that's fine. So Honorable Toro, you are on the money. So can you then, in the preparation then of that information, address Honorable Toro's issues? We are closing now. I just want you to assist me later, CFO, with something. So I have this new obsession now. In Kotliwe, sorry. Okay. Because I am going to ask, sorry? No, we've asked for it already.
They didn't answer.
No, they said we said they must submit it.
Oh, you said so.
We did, yeah. Honorable Mkalipi, you've got one more request also for information.
Yes, Chair. No, I wanted to, when we were discussing the issue of relatives who are employed in the municipality, I wanted to propose that maybe let us get a report, a holistic report, who's who, the organogram of eThekwini. Because basically, Chair, even if we want to know in terms of the nepotism, but we also want to know about the critical vacant post of eThekwini. So if you can get that information, Jay, holistically, who's who in the zoo in eThekwini.
All right, Khaled, we're gonna need to work with you to narrow that down, because getting the whole I don't want. Do we go to people who are like working on the street? I don't know. So can you assist the secretary to understand at which level we should, so that we can formulate the request appropriately? Honorable Klose, is this an information request?
Yes.
Because that's all I'm doing
Yes,
now.
information request, Chair. Chair, we had an exchange with Mr. Mhlongo earlier about his knowledge of the CIIU report. So I would want the city, in part of that report, when they're dealing with the issue of those contractors, especially the one I'd asked about, the Bless Joe one, I want that in writing, Chair, to say that they were, when the city went to litigate this issue against Bless Joe in court, they were not aware of their own internal CIIU report. Because, Chair, just to put credence on this, now you are saying we are getting a report. I'm getting a video here, Chair, in some event where it was Zubero, where the owner of that company told these officials, they were there in that meeting, and I don't know who from the officials was there, but he's quoting them and he's telling them about the same thing I'm saying. So for them to say, and especially for the legal team of the city to say they're not aware, I take exception for that, and I still maintain that misleading Parliament is a criminal offense, and if we are being misled here, we are going to take action against the extent. So I need that in writing so that we can able to action that. Thank you, Chair.
Right, that was the last one. Honorable Skosana, you also have one. You're gonna kill me.
No, it's a very short one, Chair. I think earlier, Honorable Matuna, on the issue of the BEC and BAC, Honorable Matuna made an assumption that the CFO is sharing the BAC, and the response from the CFO was that he is not sharing the BAC. So I think if you can get the report as to who is sharing the BAC, and then what is the role of the CFO on the bid committees. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Thanks very much, Honorable Skosan. Can I provide further assistance to you, City Manager, on that SIU matter? Because my joke, you don't need to answer this now, but I just have so it's Proclamation R9 of 2021. So the SIU says the investigation is concluded, 4 disciplinary referrals submitted to municipality, 2 officials resigned, employment terminated for 1 official, insufficient evidence against 1. I'm just trying to jog your memory. 20 criminal referrals submitted, the case numbers, 1 referral to SARS, 1 systemic recommendation, 11 administrative referrals to place entities and members, directors, etc., and then civil litigation instituted in the special tribunal. We can send this to you. What is clear to me is that there has been some, even if it's not the version sent to the president, there has been reporting to the city, and I think we can, in the next short while, just get to final answers in terms of where the city is, right? And I'm quite happy to send you the same through the Secretariat.
Chairperson, by 10 o'clock tomorrow, I also commit to send you in writing a letter from the head of SIU saying that they never gave us a complete report. There was not a referral about the blacklisting and stuff like that. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you so much. That would also be, then we can iron it out. Okay. It's been a long day. and I want to thank everyone for the time that you've. I'll ask Honorable Dr. Mkhize to close, but I just want to, from my perspective, thank the honorable members. Thank you, Executive Mayor and CM, CFO, and all your colleagues. Thank you very much for honoring this invitation and boxing with us here. During the course of this discourse, and thank you for your cooperation with information as well, as we have requested before and as we have requested now. And thank you to the team from the Auditor General. I know some of the members put words in your mouth and they made me nervous on your behalf. but it's all good. So thank you very much. I'm just going to ask Executive Mayor before Dr. Mkize closes if you've got any final words.
No, thank you very much. It remains for me to thank you, Chair, for
remembered a piece of information that's necessary for next time we meet, in which case it will also be in the note. So my colleague here was writing down all the questions.
We can't wait to host you in Durban. I know exactly where I will host you.
I know the members want to go to Ushaka Marine. Don't take them there. Don't allow them. Do not allow. CFO, you must say there's no money. You must say there's no money there.
No, thank you very much. I think we should close. If you talk to the House Chairperson, the refrain is always there's no budget to be traveling out. So I don't expect him to certainly be generous about us having to go and spend time in Sibaya or some other place that's expensive. But I want to also just echo the words of the Chairperson of Scopa. Thank you to the Mayor and your team for all the information. Excuse me. For us, it's about accountability. For us, about getting answers and make sense of what is it that's being done. You have at the back the report from the Auditor General. On the other side, we've got a whole lot of other sources of information that we need to try and make sense of as we try and promote, more efficient activity and service delivery in municipalities. But all we are about is accountability. That's all. So we do want to thank you for all the information and your patience for staying with us for this long. AG's office, thank you very much as well. And honorable members, I see as we're trying to close, you're getting more and more energy. I'm not sure what is it that's been circulating. Yeah, but Chairperson, thank you very much. You've had lots of energy and you've been, handling the meeting very, very well. And all of us are happy at this point. I would like to wish you a good night and please travel safely. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.